I've always been one to find comfort in quiet places. Not just quiet, but remote. Give me a dense forest over a crowded beach any day. That's just how I'm wired, I guess, even now, pushing 40 with more gray hairs than I care to count. Back then, when this whole thing happened, I was a few years younger, maybe 35, living in a small town tucked away in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. It's a pretty place, full of winding trails and untouched wilderness, which suited me perfectly. I wasn't some hardcore survivalist, not by a long shot, more of an enthusiastic amateur. I knew how to read a map, pack a decent bag, and generally respect the wild. Most weekends, if the weather was decent, you'd find me lacing up my boots and heading out for a few hours. It was my escape, my way to hit the reset button after a week of dealing with people. This particular Saturday, late October, the air had that crisp, perfect bite to it, the kind that wakes you up and makes you feel alive. The leaves were a riot of reds and golds, still clinging to the branches, promising one last spectacular show before winter set in. I remember it vividly because it felt like the perfect day for a solo hike. No chatter, no distractions, just me and the rustling leaves. I picked a trail I hadn't done in a while, the Old Mill Loop. It was known for being a moderate 4-mile circular route, nothing too strenuous, usually taking seasoned hikers around 2 to 2.5 hours. It started at a small, often empty parking lot, wound deep into the woods past the ruins of an old logging mill, then curved back along a ridge to the trailhead. A familiar, comforting route, or so I thought. My one mistake looking back was going alone. I usually told my sister or a friend where I was going, just a quick text, but that morning I was feeling spontaneous, itching to get out the door. The forecast was clear, the trail was well marked, and I figured, what could go wrong on a familiar loop? It wasn't some uncharted wilderness. I packed a small bag, water, a granola bar, my phone, and a compact first aid kit. The usual, nothing felt off. The sun was high, birds were chirping, and the world felt normal, peaceful even. I parked my beat-up Subaru Forester around 10 in the morning. The gravel lot was empty except for my car, which wasn't unusual for this specific trail on a Saturday. It wasn't as popular as some of the more scenic spots further up the mountain. I stretched, took a deep breath of the pine-scented air, and started down the path. The first quarter mile or so was a gentle descent into a thicker part of the woods. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. The sound of my boots on the fallen leaves was the loudest thing around. Everything felt right. The rhythm of my steps, the cool air in my lungs, the rich smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I pulled out my phone briefly to check my GPS just to make sure the app had picked up my starting point. It showed the familiar green line of the Old Mill Loop, with my blue dot sitting right at the beginning. Perfect. I walked on, enjoying the quiet. I estimated I'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little more. I was just passing a particularly large oak tree, its ancient roots snaking across the path like gnarled fists. I remember thinking how majestic it looked, and that's when it hit me. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling. A subtle shift in the air, a peculiar stillness that wasn't quite right. The bird's song had stopped, not faded, not lessened, but just stopped. It was too sudden, too complete. The quiet that followed wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like something was holding its breath. The air grew heavy, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm, but without the scent of ozone or the distant rumble of thunder. It was a pressure, an unyielding weight that settled over everything. My own breath, which had been a steady, unconscious rhythm, suddenly felt loud, ragged in my ears. My heart started to thump, a nervous drum against my ribs. I stopped mid-step, my hand instinctively going to my side, touching the small backpack slung there. The world had gone mute. I stood perfectly still, straining my ears. Nothing. No rustle of leaves, no chirp of a squirrel, no distant buzz of an insect. Even the subtle, almost imperceptible hum of the forest, the combined symphony of a million tiny lives had vanished. It was an unnatural vacuum, a void where sound should have been. It felt wrong, profoundly wrong, in a way my logical mind struggled to process. "Hello," I called out, the word feeling weak and ridiculously loud in the sudden, oppressive silence. It seemed to hang there, naked and vulnerable, before being swallowed whole by the oppressive quiet that returned with alarming speed. My own voice felt foreign, a crude intrusion. I pulled out my phone again, not to check the GPS this time, but out of a vague, desperate hope that some external signal might cut through the strange unreality. No service. A familiar outcome in these parts, but it felt particularly isolating now. I shoved it back into my pocket, the action feeling clumsy and futile. My eyes darted around, searching. Had a predator just passed through, scaring everything into hiding? A bear, perhaps, but even then there would be residual sounds, the snap of a twig, the distant flapping of wings as birds scattered. This was different. This was absolute, instantaneous cessation. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. This wasn't just quiet, it was too quiet. It was the kind of quiet that suggested an absence, a deletion. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. My boots on the leaves, which had been a comforting crunch just moments before, now sounded like explosions, each one an offense against the prevailing stillness. I felt like an intruder, violating a sacred, silent space. I reached the giant oak. Its gnarled roots, thick as my arm, were still snaking across the path. I stared at them, then up at its ancient branches, expecting to see some sign, some disturbance. Nothing. The leaves on the tree were utterly motionless, despite a gentle breeze having rustled through them just moments before. It was as if the air itself had solidified, refusing to carry motion or sound. A shiver ran through me, not from cold, but from something deeper, more primal. My instincts, usually dulled by city life and modern conveniences, were screaming, "Wrong, get out." I tried to rationalize it, maybe a microburst of wind, followed by a momentary lull, maybe a specific type of insect repellent being used nearby that silenced everything. But deep down, I knew those were flimsy excuses. This felt deliberate, impossible. I forced myself to keep moving, though every fiber of my being wanted to turn and run back the way I came. But running felt like an admission of fear, and I was still clinging to the idea that this was some explainable natural phenomenon. I told myself I would just walk a bit further, around the next bend, to see if the world reset itself. The trail here curved slightly to the left, hugging a gentle incline. The forest canopy was thick, the sunlight struggling to penetrate in places, creating patches of deep shadow. As I walked, the silence stretched, tightening its grip. The air felt heavy, almost viscous. It was difficult to breathe, like trying to inhale thick syrup. My throat felt dry, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. Then I saw it, or rather, I didn't see it, and that was the problem. About 20 yards ahead, the path seemed to shimmer. It wasn't heat haze, the air was cool. It was more like looking through old, wavy glass or seeing something at the bottom of a disturbed pool of water. The trees beyond it, which should have been clear and distinct, were distorted, their edges blurred and softened. The vibrant reds and golds of the autumn leaves seemed muted, desaturated, as if a layer of fine dust had settled over them. My steps faltered. I stopped again, my breath catching in my throat. My mind struggled to process the visual anomaly. It was subtle, easily dismissible as a trick of the light, but combined with the unnerving silence, it felt profoundly significant. My heart hammered. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just tired or dehydrated, but when I opened them, the shimmering distortion was still there, unwavering. It was like a curtain, an invisible barrier stretching across the path. My logical brain was warring with my primal fear. Don't be an idiot, it's just light refraction. Keep going, but my gut was screaming no. Stop. I took a few slow, deliberate steps forward, testing the air, as if I might bump into an invisible wall. The shimmering intensified slightly as I approached, the air seeming to vibrate with an unseen energy. It wasn't violent or aggressive, just present. It felt like walking into a different pressure system, a different kind of reality. I reached out a tentative hand. My fingers approached the invisible barrier. The air felt colder there, almost damp, despite the dry autumn day. It wasn't freezing, but a chill that seeped into my bones. My fingertips brushed against nothing and everything. It wasn't a solid wall, but it wasn't empty air either. It was like touching water that wasn't wet, or feeling a strong current without any wind. There was a resistance, a subtle pushback, a sensation that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. It was like putting my hand into a force field that was perfectly transparent. My hand went through it, but it felt like pushing through something physically dense, something that rippled and distorted the light around my fingers as they passed. I pulled my hand back quickly, a jolt of alarm shooting through me. This wasn't normal. This wasn't anything I'd ever encountered. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. A specialized weather phenomenon, some kind of geological emanation. My scientific understanding was failing me. I looked around frantically. The trees beyond the shimmering distortion looked slightly different, subtly altered. The leaves, while still muted, seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible glow, like distant embers. The shadows seemed deeper, inkier. It was as if I was looking at the same forest, but through a filter or perhaps through a veil. A new fear, colder and more insidious, began to coalesce in my mind. What if I wasn't looking through it, but at a different place entirely? What if this wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a doorway? I took a deep, shuddering breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I knew with absolute certainty that turning back was the smart thing to do. But something else, a bizarre, morbid curiosity, was pulling me forward. The silence, the distortion, the sheer impossibility of it all, it was compelling. My amateur adventurer's spirit, usually content with marked trails, felt a dangerous urge to understand. I stood there for a long moment, battling with myself. The silence pressed in, amplifying every internal struggle. The shimmering veil pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, beckoning. Well, against every shred of common sense, I decided to take another step. Just one, to see what happened. I pushed my foot forward, planting it firmly on the path, just past where the distortion began. The moment my boot crossed the invisible threshold, a strange sensation washed over me. It wasn't painful, but it was profoundly disorienting. It felt like being submerged in cold water, then instantly pulled out again, but without the wetness. A brief, intense pressure on my eardrums, like diving too deep, followed by a popping sensation. My head swam for a moment, and I instinctively reached out to steady myself against a nearby tree. When my vision cleared, the world had changed. The vibrant reds and golds of the autumn leaves were gone, replaced by a palette of deep, muted greens and browns, like late summer foliage that had not yet begun to turn. The quality of the light was different too. It wasn't the crisp, bright sunlight of a clear October morning. Here it was softer, diffused, as if perpetually overcast, even though I could still make out the sun's faint disk high above, a pale, watery orb. The air was still, utterly still, but the oppressive heaviness was gone. Instead, there was a strange, earthy smell, unlike anything I'd ever encountered in a normal forest. It was a mix of damp soil, something faintly metallic, and a subtle, sweet decay, like overripe fruit that had fallen and been forgotten. And the silence, it was still there, but it was no longer an absence of sound. It was an active, breathing quiet, a silence that felt ancient and profound. It wasn't the sudden, jarring cessation I'd experienced on the other side. This silence felt inherent to the place, as if sound itself had never been invented here. My heart was racing, a frantic hummingbird trapped in my chest. I looked back, expecting to see the shimmering distortion, the visible boundary I had just crossed. It wasn't there. The path stretched behind me, identical to the path ahead, weaving into a forest that looked, to all outward appearances, normal. But I knew it wasn't. I was no longer on the old mill loop. That much was terrifyingly clear. Panic began to rise, a cold, sharp claw clutching at my throat. I spun around, scanning the surroundings with wide, disbelieving eyes. The trees here were taller, their trunks thicker, more gnarled than any I remembered from the Appalachians. The undergrowth was denser, a tangled mess of unfamiliar ferns and moss-covered stones. Everything felt ancient, untouched by human hand, utterly primal. My phone, I fumbled for it again, pulling it out with trembling fingers. Still no service. But now the GPS app was blank. No map, no blue dot, no familiar green line of the old mill loop. Just a gray screen, as if it couldn't locate satellites, or perhaps couldn't comprehend where I was. It was a dead piece of technology in a world that defied its logic. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the rising tide of fear. Think, stay calm, what do you know? I knew I was in a forest. I knew it was some kind of portal, a doorway to somewhere else. My mind, grasping for explanations, fleetingly considered lucid dreams, hallucinations, even some elaborate prank. But the physical sensation of crossing, the distinct change in environment, the absolute lack of any familiar marker, it was too real to dismiss. The first thing I needed was to orient myself. Which direction was north? I looked up, trying to find the sun. It was there, a muted disk, but it didn't feel right. The shadows cast by the trees were long, stretching eastward, suggesting it was morning, but the light itself felt like late afternoon. My internal compass was spinning. I looked at the ground. The leaves here were different. Not the crisp, dry autumn leaves I had just been walking on, but thick, leathery, dark green leaves, interspersed with what looked like broad, flat fungi, glowing faintly with an inner luminescence. They gave off that sweet, decaying scent, and they softened my footsteps, absorbing all sound. I felt a profound sense of isolation. I was utterly alone in a place that shouldn't exist, cut off from everything familiar. The silence here wasn't just the absence of sound. It was an active entity, pressing in, making me feel small and insignificant. I took a deep breath, trying to slow my racing heart. Panic wouldn't help. I needed to act rationally, despite the absurdity of my situation. Rule number one of any emergency: assess and survive. First, I needed to know if the portal was still there. I turned around and walked back, retracing my steps. Every step felt heavy, deliberate. I kept my eyes peeled, looking for any sign of the shimmering distortion, any indication of the threshold I had crossed. I walked for what felt like 100 yards, maybe more, but the forest remained consistent. The ancient trees, the strange glowing fungi, the muted light. There was no seam, no boundary. It was as if I had simply stepped from one room into another, and the door had vanished behind me. A cold dread seeped into my bones. I was trapped. I stopped and leaned against a tree, its bark thick and deeply furrowed, covered in a velvety moss that felt strangely warm to the touch. I closed my eyes, trying to regain my composure. This is real. You are here. When I opened my eyes, a new detail caught my attention. On the ground, near the base of the tree I was leaning on, was a small, perfectly round stone. It wasn't just a regular rock, it was smooth, almost polished, and pulsed with the same faint, internal light as the fungi. It was a pale, pearlescent white, and as I stared at it, I felt a strange pull, a subtle resonance in my chest. I knelt down and picked it up. It was surprisingly light and cool to the touch. The light it emitted was soft, constant, not flickering. It fit perfectly in the palm of my hand. As I held it, a strange sense of calm, almost peace, washed over me. It was fleeting, quickly replaced by the gnawing anxiety of my situation, but it was there. This was the first object I had seen that wasn't a plant, a potential clue, a tangible anomaly beyond the landscape itself. I carefully placed the stone in my backpack, zipping it into an inner pocket for safekeeping. It felt important, though I couldn't articulate why. My immediate goal shifted from finding the portal back to survival. I needed water, shelter, and a way to signal for help, though the last seemed impossible here. First, water. I always carried a filter straw, but I needed a source. I listened intently, but the profound silence offered no hint of a trickling stream or rushing river. The air, though, felt damp, suggesting water wasn't far. I decided to head downhill, following the natural contours of the land. Water always flows downwards. I chose a direction that seemed to slope gently, hoping it would lead me to a stream or creek. The forest here was dense, making walking difficult. The undergrowth, thick with unfamiliar plants, snagged at my pants. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen logs and moss-covered rocks. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses heightened, straining for any sign of life, any sound, any indication that I wasn't entirely alone. The trees were truly majestic, towering above me, their branches intertwining to form a dense canopy that filtered the light into a perpetual twilight. Their bark was unlike any I knew, often covered in intricate patterns of glowing moss or strange, shelf-like fungi that jutted out like alien ears. Some of the trees seemed to have roots that didn't just snake across the ground, but also climbed back up their trunks, forming bizarre, interwoven structures. As I pushed deeper, the air grew noticeably cooler. The earthy, metallic smell intensified, mingled with something else, something vaguely acrid, like ozone after a lightning strike, but without the accompanying storm. The glowing fungi on the ground grew more numerous, creating faint paths of luminescence through the perpetual gloom. After about an hour of pushing through the dense undergrowth, I heard it. Not a gurgle or a rush, but a subtle, almost imperceptible hum. It was incredibly faint, a vibration more than a sound, resonating through the soles of my boots. I stopped, holding my breath, straining to locate its source. It seemed to be coming from ahead, downhill. A renewed surge of hope, fragile but present, pushed me onward. The hum grew stronger, more distinct. It wasn't the sound of water, not exactly. It was deeper, a low thrum that felt like it resonated from the very earth itself. It had a rhythmic quality, a slow, steady pulse that grew more pronounced with every step. I broke through a thicket of what looked like oversized ferns, and the sight that greeted me made me freeze in my tracks. It wasn't a stream. It was a vast, still pool of liquid, stretching out into the gloom, its surface mirroring the dim, filtered light. The liquid wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, and glowed with the same pale, pearlescent light as the stone I had found. It was a liquid light, an ethereal soup, pulsating with the low, resonant hum I had heard. The air above the pool shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion, like heat haze over asphalt, but cold. The acrid smell was strongest here, making my eyes water slightly. The trees surrounding the pool were different too. Their bark was smoother, darker, and their branches dipped into the glowing liquid, as if drawing sustenance from it. This wasn't water, this was something else entirely, something alien. My first instinct was revulsion, a deep-seated rejection of the unnatural. My second was fear. What was this place? What was this liquid? I slowly backed away from the edge of the pool, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My water filter would be useless here. Drinking this would surely be fatal. My hope for immediate survival resources plummeted. I turned, intending to find a different direction, but then something else caught my eye. On the far side of the glowing pool, nestled against the gnarled roots of an enormous, particularly dark tree, was a structure. It wasn't a natural formation. It was clearly man-made, or at least made. It was small, no bigger than a garden shed, constructed of dark, smooth, organic-looking material that seemed to grow out of the tree itself. It had a low, arched doorway, completely black, absorbing all light. There were no windows, no visible seams or fasteners. It looked like a single, seamless alien pod. And then I saw the light, not the ambient glow of the fungi or the pool, but a focused, steady light emanating from within the doorway. It was a soft, warm, amber light, a stark contrast to the cold, pearlescent glow of the surrounding environment. It looked inviting, almost comforting in this desolate, silent world. My fear wrestled with a powerful surge of curiosity. A structure, in this alien forest. It implied intelligence, perhaps inhabitants. Were they hostile, friendly? What kind of beings would build such a thing? My mind screamed caution. Every horror movie trope, every warning about strange lights in the woods flashed through my brain. But my thirst was growing, and the thought of shelter, of answers, was a powerful draw. In that amber light, it felt like hope. I considered my options. Stay out in the open, exposed and without water, likely to succumb to dehydration or whatever other unknown dangers this place held, or approach the mysterious structure, risk interaction, but potentially find sustenance and answers. The choice, despite the danger, seemed clear. I couldn't survive indefinitely out here. I had to investigate. I began to circle the glowing pool, maintaining a wide berth, my eyes fixed on the mysterious structure. The ground here was slightly less overgrown, perhaps from some previous traffic, though there were no visible tracks or trails. The hum from the pool was a constant, unsettling presence, a reminder of the alien nature of my surroundings. As I got closer to the structure, I noticed more details. The material it was made of was smooth and slightly reflective, like polished obsidian, but with a faint internal luminescence that matched the fungi and the stone in my pocket. It didn't look like stone or wood or metal. It looked grown, organic, yet shaped with intent. The doorway, a perfect arch, was truly black, a void that seemed to suck in the light. But from within that void, the warm amber glow spilled out onto the dark ground. It was an inviting beacon, a promise of warmth in a cold, strange place. I reached the structure. I stood for a long moment before the doorway, my heart hammering against my ribs, the silence of the forest pressing in, amplifying the sound of my own ragged breath. The amber light pulsed softly from within, a rhythmic ebb and flow that matched the hum of the pool. My hand reached out, trembling slightly, toward the edge of the arched opening. The material felt cool, smooth, almost alive under my touch. There was no door, no barrier, just the dark, inviting maw. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it, the point of no return. I had to know. I stepped through the archway. The instant I crossed the threshold, the world shifted again. Not as violently as when I entered this forest, but a subtle, internal reorientation. The low hum of the pool, which had been a constant drone outside, vanished completely, replaced by an even deeper, more profound silence within. The air here was warmer, dry and clean, lacking the acrid smell of the outside. It felt paradoxically safe. I was in a small, circular chamber. The walls curved smoothly upwards, meeting at a point in the center of the ceiling, forming a perfect dome. The entire space was bathed in the warm amber light, which seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, rather than from a single source. There were no visible light fixtures. The surfaces were all the same smooth, obsidian-like material as the exterior, glowing faintly. The chamber was empty, save for one object in the center. It was a pedestal, again made of the same dark, glowing material, standing about waist-high, and resting on the pedestal was a small, delicate object. It was a crystal, faceted and perfectly clear, glowing with an intense, pure white light. It was no bigger than my fist, but its light filled the entire chamber, making the amber walls seem to pulse in response. It had an intricate, almost impossibly complex structure, with countless tiny facets that caught and refracted the light in dazzling patterns. And it was humming, not the low, earthy hum of the pool outside, but a high-pitched, almost musical hum, a pure, resonant tone that vibrated through the air, through the floor, and into my very bones. It was the only sound in the chamber, and it filled the silence with a profound, almost spiritual presence. I walked closer, drawn by an irresistible force. The crystal's light was mesmerizing, captivating. It felt ancient, powerful, and strangely benevolent. As I approached, the hum intensified, vibrating within my chest. When I was close enough, I reached out a hand, drawn to touch the glowing crystal. My fingers hovered just above its surface. The warmth emanating from it was palpable, a gentle heat that soothed my anxieties. Just as my fingertips were about to make contact, the crystal pulsed. Not just a faint glow, but an intense, blinding flash of white light that erupted from its core. I cried out, shielding my eyes, stepping back instinctively. When my vision recovered, the crystal was still glowing, but the intensity had lessened, and the light, instead of reflecting off the dome walls, seemed to be projecting onto them. The smooth, dark walls of the chamber were no longer blank. They were alive with images. They were images of my world. I saw the Appalachian Mountains, vast and green, then turning to autumn reds and golds. I saw the old Mill Loop Trail winding through the trees. I saw my Subaru Forester parked in the gravel lot. I saw my small town, the houses nestled amongst the foothills, the smoke curling from chimneys. It was my life, my world, displayed in vibrant, moving images, projected with perfect clarity onto the curved walls of the chamber. I watched, mesmerized and terrified, as the projection zoomed in, showing my house, my front porch, the small garden I tended. It was impossibly detailed, like looking through a window directly into my home. Then the images changed. They became more abstract, more symbolic, swirling patterns of light and color, intricate geometric designs that pulsed and shifted in rhythm with the crystal's hum. I felt a subtle pressure in my head, a sensation like a thought forming that wasn't my own. And then the images coalesced again, forming shapes and figures. They weren't human. They were tall, slender beings, their forms indistinct, shimmering like reflections on water. They moved with an ethereal grace, their limbs long and delicate. They had no discernible faces, just smooth, elongated heads that seemed to glow with an inner light. They were communicating, not with sound, but with flashes of light, with subtle shifts in their forms, with intricate patterns of energy that pulsed between them. I felt a profound sense of awe and a chilling realization. I wasn't just observing them, they were communicating with me, or perhaps for me. The images were meant to convey information, a story. The images shifted again. Now I saw a planet, not Earth, but one similar, covered in vast, glowing forests and shimmering liquid pools like the one outside. I saw these beings, these light beings, as I instinctively named them, living in harmony with their world, tending to the glowing flora, moving among the luminous pools. Their lives seemed peaceful, ancient, connected to the very fabric of their environment. Then disruption. A shadow vast and dark fell over their world. The images grew violent, chaotic. Flashes of destructive energy, shattering landscapes, the light beings scattering, their forms flickering with distress. It was an invasion, a devastating attack by something formless, predatory, like a void made manifest. Their world was destroyed, their glowing forests withered, their luminous pools turned to stagnant, dark mires. The light beings were forced to flee, scattered across the cosmos, desperately searching for refuge. The images spun, showing vast distances, glittering nebulae, countless stars. They were searching, tirelessly searching for a new home. And then Earth, my Earths. I saw the images of them observing my planet quietly, carefully. They saw its vibrant life, its burgeoning ecosystems, its nascent civilizations. They saw its potential, and they saw the raw, untamed wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. The projections then showed the shimmering distortion, the portal. I saw it from their perspective, not as a random anomaly, but as a carefully placed conduit, a veil between worlds. And then I saw myself, walking down the old mill loop, approaching the veil. The images stopped, the walls went blank. The crystal's pure white light dimmed slightly, and its musical hum became a low, steady thrum like a heartbeat. Silence returned to the chamber, a weighty, expectant silence. I stood there, trembling, processing what I had just witnessed. They were refugees. They had created the portal. They had observed me. The implication hit me like a physical blow. They hadn't just observed me. They had chosen me. Why me? A quiet, unassuming hiker, not a scientist, not a hero, just a man who liked remote places. My mind reeled. This was bigger than a wrong turn on a hiking trail. This was an encounter of the first kind, an interstellar plea for help. As I grappled with the enormity of this revelation, the crystal pulsed again, not with a blinding flash this time, but a gentle, rhythmic glow. And then, a small, subtle projection appeared directly above the crystal on the pedestal. It was a single image, simple yet profound. A hand reaching out, and in the palm of the hand, a glowing, multifaceted seed. A seed from their world, from their destroyed forests. The meaning was clear. They needed help to plant this seed, to cultivate it, to bring life from their world into mine, to find a new home. And they were asking me to do it. My initial terror began to recede, replaced by a strange mix of fear and an almost overwhelming sense of responsibility. This wasn't a game. This wasn't an accident. I was here for a reason. I looked at the crystal, then back at the projected image of the seed. My throat was dry. My heart still hammered, but it was a different kind of pounding now, a pulse of purpose. I took a shaky breath and reached out my hand again, this time with intent. I didn't reach for the crystal, but for the space above it, where the image of the seed hovered. As my fingers passed through the holographic projection, I felt a subtle resistance, a tingle, and then something materialized in my open palm. It was the seed. It wasn't holographic, it was real. It was small, no bigger than a pea, but impossibly intricate. It had a hard, dark shell, covered in tiny, swirling patterns like a miniature galaxy, and from within it pulsed with a faint, inner light, a soft, green luminescence that cast shifting shadows on my palm. It felt surprisingly warm, almost alive. I closed my fingers around it, feeling its delicate weight. It vibrated faintly, resonating with the hum of the crystal. My mind raced. How could I plant this? Where? What did it need? How would I protect it? The crystal pulsed once more, and another image appeared above it, this time showing a map. Not a map of Earth, but a detailed topographical map of this alien forest. A single point on the map, a specific location, pulsed with the same green light as the seed in my hand. The destination. They were showing me where to go. It was deep within the forest, far beyond the glowing pool. It was a place I couldn't possibly have found on my own. I looked down at the seed in my hand, then up at the map. This was it, my new mission, my terrifying, impossible mission. I was no longer a simple hiker on a familiar loop. I was an accidental envoy, a reluctant gardener of alien life, tasked with a cosmic responsibility. I carefully placed the glowing seed into the inner pocket of my backpack, alongside the pearlescent stone. Both felt warm against my side, a constant reminder of the impossible reality I now inhabited. I looked around the chamber one last time. The crystal pulsed, its hum a steady invitation. I knew I couldn't stay. I had my instructions, my charge. I turned and walked back towards the archway, my steps more resolute now. The black void of the exit beckoned. As I passed through it, the subtle shift in pressure returned. The low, earthy hum of the glowing pool washed over me, and the acrid, metallic scent filled my nostrils once more. The chamber and its luminous crystal vanished behind me, leaving only the dark, obsidian-like structure nestled against the ancient tree. I stood outside, blinking, adjusting to the muted light of the alien forest. The glowing pool still pulsed, a vast, luminous expanse. The towering trees still loomed, silent and ancient. I pulled out my backpack, unzipped the inner pocket, and carefully retrieved the map projection. It wasn't a physical map, but a persistent holographic image that now floated just above my palm, its green pulsing dot showing me the way. It was a clear, unambiguous path, winding deep into the unknown. I looked at the map, then at the vast, silent, alien forest that stretched before me. The scale of the task ahead was immense. I had no idea what dangers lay between me and that glowing green dot. No idea how long it would take. No idea if I would ever see my own world again. But I had a purpose, a terrifying, overwhelming, impossible purpose. I took a deep breath, the strange, damp air filling my lungs. My hand instinctively went to my backpack, feeling the reassuring weight of the seed and the stone. Survival, and now cultivation. I started walking, following the glowing green dot on the holographic map. leaving the structure and the glowing pool behind, plunging deeper into the heart of this alien wilderness. Each step was a step further away from everything I knew, a step deeper into the unknown. The silence here wasn't just quiet, it was the sound of a new destiny unfolding, and I was at its mercy and its command. I pushed onward, the holographic map hovering just above my palm, a fragile compass in an incomprehensible world. The green dot pulsated steadily, drawing me deeper into the ancient, silent forest. Each step was a commitment, a definitive break from the life I'd known just hours before. The soft, green luminescence of the seed, still nestled in my backpack, was a constant, almost physical presence, a silent command. The terrain grew more challenging almost immediately. The initial path, faint as it was, soon vanished, swallowed by a riot of unfamiliar vegetation. Thick, leathery vines, some as wide as my arm, snaked across the forest floor and up the towering trees, creating a dense, often impassable barrier. I had to hack my way through with a sturdy stick I found, or clamber over fallen logs slick with phosphorescent moss. The glowing fungi, initially a gentle guide, now seemed to carpet every surface, making the footing treacherous on moss-covered rocks. The trees themselves were a spectacle of otherworldly grandeur. Some had trunks that seemed to twist and braid upon themselves, forming living arches and tunnels. Others were so impossibly tall that their crowns were lost in the perpetual twilight, their bark etched with patterns that resembled ancient, unreadable script. The air grew heavier, thick with the earthy, metallic scent, but now I noticed a new undertone, something sweet and cloying, like sap or nectar from unseen blossoms. Hours blurred into an indistinguishable stretch of exertion and profound isolation. The silence was absolute, save for my own ragged breathing and the soft rustle of my clothes against the dense foliage. My human ears strained for any sound, a distant bird cry, the scuttle of a small creature, even the faint buzz of an insect, but there was nothing. It was a silence so complete it felt like a presence, a watchful entity that absorbed every vibration. This wasn't the comforting quiet of my Appalachian trails. It was a hungry, ancient quiet that seemed to weigh down on my very soul. My body, accustomed to moderate hikes, began to ache. My legs burned, my shoulders throbbed from the pack, and my throat was parched. The lack of water was becoming a critical concern. I passed several small indentations in the ground, filled with puddles, but they glowed faintly with the same pearlescent light as the large pool, warning me away. I couldn't risk it. My water filter straw, a lifeline in my own world, was useless in this alien landscape. As the persistent holographic map continued to lead me ever deeper, the forest began to subtly change again. The canopy, already dense, seemed to knit together even tighter, dimming the diffused light further. The glowing fungi on the ground became more prominent, the primary source of illumination in the deepening gloom. Their light, a cool, constant glow, painted the undergrowth in eerie greens and blues. It was in this twilight realm that I first noticed the movement. A flicker at the edge of my vision, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows beneath a colossal, gnarled tree. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Every instinct screamed danger. I stood perfectly still, trying to blend into the dappled light, straining my eyes. The silence, previously unsettling, now felt like a predatory hush. There it was again, a swift, fluid movement, low to the ground, disappearing behind a thick cluster of glowing ferns. It was too fast to properly discern its shape, but it seemed long, serpentine, with a faint sheen on its scales, almost like polished obsidian. My hand instinctively went to the inner pocket of my backpack, brushing against the smooth, cool surface of the pearlescent stone. As my fingers closed around it, a wave of calm, a fleeting sense of presence washed over me. It was like a sudden, faint hum in the vast silence, a steadying anchor. The fear didn't vanish entirely, but it became manageable, a sharp edge dulled just enough for me to think. I gripped the stone, its faint warmth a comfort. I forced myself to scan the area methodically, slowly turning my head, trying not to make any sudden movements. And then I saw it clearly. It emerged from behind a massive, moss-covered root, slithering silently across the glowing, fungi-covered ground. It was indeed serpentine, at least 15 feet long, its body thick as a man's thigh. Its scales were a deep, iridescent black, catching the ambient light and reflecting it in shimmering, oily patterns. It had no visible eyes, but its head was a sleek, wedge-shaped mass, with what looked like a series of faint, phosphorescent pores along its jawline, pulsing with a dim, reddish light. It moved with an unsettling grace, utterly silent, its massive body rippling over the uneven terrain without a single rustle. It was a creature of pure stealth. It wasn't looking at me directly, but seemed to be investigating something in the undergrowth, its head weaving slowly from side to side. It was clearly a predator, perfectly adapted to this silent, glowing world. My breath hitched. I squeezed the stone tighter. This was it, the first tangible threat. I considered my options. Running was impossible. It was faster, and the dense undergrowth would trip me. Fighting was ludicrous. I had nothing. My only hope was to remain still, hoping it hadn't detected me. But its entire form seemed designed for sensing, those glowing pores hinting at some non-visual perception. As if sensing my gaze, the creature's head slowly turned. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its attention snap onto me, a cold, penetrating awareness that prickled my skin. The reddish pores along its jawline pulsed brighter, a low, internal thrum I felt rather than heard. It began to move towards me, slowly at first, then picking up speed, its massive body gliding effortlessly over the glowing terrain. The sheer silence of its approach was the most terrifying thing. No hiss, no rattle, just the inexorable, fluid advance of a creature built for silent death. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape. My backpack, though small, felt suddenly heavy, a burden. The seed, the stone, the map, they were irrelevant if I was dead. The creature was perhaps 30 feet away now, its head raised, those pulsing red pores fixing on me. I could feel a faint vibration in the ground, a subtle tremor from its approach. Then an idea, desperate and probably foolish, sparked in my mind. The stone, it had brought a sense of calm, a subtle resonance. What if it had some other property? What if it was connected to this world? Without thinking, I pulled the pearlescent stone from my pocket. It felt warm in my hand, glowing softly in the dim light. As I held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering, a desperate gesture of communication, the hum from the stone seemed to intensify slightly, a subtle vibration in my palm. The serpentine creature paused. Its head tilted, those reddish pores pulsing rapidly. It was still observing, assessing. The intensity of its focus was palpable, a chilling weight. I held the stone steady, my arm outstretched, my breath held. The seconds stretched into an eternity. Then, to my utter astonishment, the creature slowly lowered its head. Its long, wedge-shaped snout dipped towards the glowing stone. It moved with such deliberation, such precise control, that it felt like an ancient ritual. It didn't touch the stone, but hovered just inches from it, its head utterly still. The reddish pores along its jaw flared once, then dimmed, and then a faint, almost imperceptible pulse seemed to emanate from its own body, a deep, resonant thrum that mirrored the one I felt from the stone. It was like a silent recognition, a query answered. After a long moment, the creature slowly, gracefully withdrew. It didn't turn and flee, but simply backed away, its head still slightly lowered, as if in deference. It continued to retreat, backing silently into the deep shadows beneath the ancient tree from which it had first appeared. Within seconds, it was gone, vanished as completely as it had arrived. I stood there trembling, the pearlescent stone still clutched in my hand, its soft glow a steady pulse against my palm. What had just happened? Had the stone communicated with it, deterred it, or simply made me appear less of a threat? I had no answers, only a profound sense of bewilderment and an even deeper respect for the subtle, unseen forces at play in this world. I carefully returned the stone to my backpack, feeling its cool weight against the glowing seed. A silent guardian, perhaps, or a key to understanding this place. The encounter had drained me, leaving me physically and emotionally exhausted. My thirst was now a gnawing ache, my stomach cramping with hunger. I knew I couldn't push on much further without rest, and crucially, without finding a reliable water source. The holographic map, however, still indicated a significant distance to the target location. I decided to make camp for a few hours, just long enough to gather my strength. I found a relatively sheltered spot beneath the sweeping branches of a colossal tree, its roots forming a natural alcove. I cleared away some of the glowing fungi, making a small, flat area for myself. As darkness, or what passed for it in this perpetually twilight world, began to settle, the glowing flora intensified. The fungi on the ground pulsed with brighter hues of green and blue, and strange, luminous flowers, previously unseen, unfurled from the undergrowth, emitting soft, ethereal light. The entire forest floor became a tapestry of shifting luminescence, painting the towering trees in an otherworldly glow. It was beautiful, terrifying, and profoundly alien. I rummaged in my backpack, pulling out my last granola bar. It tasted like ash in my parched mouth, but the calories were essential. My water filter straw lay uselessly beside me, a stark reminder of my predicament. Sleep was elusive. Every rustle of a phantom leaf, every shift in the glowing patterns made me jump. I found myself repeatedly reaching for the pearlescent stone, finding a strange comfort in its cool, smooth presence. The humming from the glowing pool seemed distant here, but the active silence of the forest still pressed in, a constant reminder of my solitude. Hours passed, marked only by the growing ache in my muscles and the intensifying thirst. I knew I couldn't stay here indefinitely. I had to find water, and the map was still my only guide. As dawn, or its alien equivalent, began to faintly lighten the upper canopy, I packed my meager belongings. The fear of dehydration was now eclipsing the fear of the unknown creatures. I would have to risk it. I resumed my trek, the holographic map still leading the way, its green dot unwavering. The direction led me slightly uphill now, through a terrain that became rockier, less overgrown. The glowing fungi were sparser here, replaced by smooth, dark stones that seemed to absorb the light. After another grueling hour, the incline grew steeper. I found myself scrambling over massive boulders, some as tall as houses, covered in a velvety, dark moss that felt strangely cold. The air here was drier, the earthy scent replaced by a faint mineral tang. My throat was raw, my lips cracked. And then I heard it, a sound, faint but unmistakable, a slow, steady drip. Hope surged through me, a powerful, almost overwhelming wave. Water, real water. I scrambled faster, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten, following the sound. It led me around a colossal, obsidian-like rock formation, and there, nestled in a sheltered crevice, was a small spring. It wasn't a gushing waterfall, but a steady, rhythmic drip from the rock face, collecting in a small, clear pool at its base. The water was crystalline, reflecting the faint light from the distant canopy. It didn't glow. It didn't hum. It looked, to my parched eyes, like the most beautiful, purest water I had ever seen. I collapsed beside it, almost weeping with relief. My trembling hands scooped up the cool liquid, splashing it onto my face, then drinking deeply, slowly, savoring every drop. It tasted pure, sweet, with a subtle mineral tang. It was life. I drank until my stomach ached, then refilled my empty water bottle, grateful for its sturdy construction. I soaked my bandana and pressed it to my face, letting the cool water soothe my burning skin. This was a true blessing, a reprieve in a world that had offered little comfort. As I rested by the spring, regaining my strength, I took a moment to truly assess my situation. I had survived an encounter with an unknown predator, found fresh water, and was still on course. The seed and the stone were still with me. I was alive. But I was also acutely aware of my vulnerability. This place was not benign. It was beautiful, yes, but also utterly alien and potentially deadly. My resourcefulness, my basic survival skills, were being stretched to their absolute limit. I spent another hour by the spring, resting, hydrating, and mentally preparing for the next leg of my journey. The holographic map still showed a significant distance, but the spring's location, marked by a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the map's visual, suggested it was on a valid path. Perhaps the light beings had foreseen my need, or perhaps it was a happy coincidence. I chose to believe the former. It offered a shred of comfort. With renewed energy, I stood up, adjusting my backpack. The path from the spring continued upwards, leading into an even more unusual section of the forest. The trees here were unlike any I had seen before. Their trunks were incredibly wide, some easily 50 feet in diameter, forming natural walls. Their bark was smooth, almost metallic, reflecting the dim light like polished shields. And their branches, instead of spreading outwards, grew upwards, forming colossal, intertwined spires that reached towards the heavens, creating natural tunnels of living wood. I found myself walking through these living tunnels, the air within them cool and still, echoing with the soft drip of water from unseen crevices above. The glowing fungi were absent here, the ground covered instead by a soft, resilient carpet of dark, spongy moss that silenced my footsteps entirely. It was like walking through a cathedral carved from a primeval dream. The holographic map pulsed with renewed urgency, the green dot now seemingly closer, yet the scale of this new environment made it difficult to gauge distance. I pressed on, my steps now softer, more cautious. The silence here was different again, a reverent silence, imbued with an ancient stillness that felt almost sacred. As I ventured deeper into these spiraling tree tunnels, a new detail emerged. Etched into the smooth, metallic bark of the colossal trees were patterns. Not accidental whorls or scars, but deliberate, intricate designs. They were stylized, flowing lines, reminiscent of the geometric patterns projected by the crystal in the chamber, but larger, grander, telling a silent story across the immense surfaces. Some of them even glowed faintly, a soft, internal luminescence that pulsed in gentle rhythms. This wasn't just a natural forest, it was a sculpted landscape, a living architecture. These trees were not merely grown, they were engineered. It felt like walking through a monument, a living testament to the light being's ancient presence here, or perhaps their influence. My mind raced. Had they established a presence here before? Had they failed to cultivate a seed in the past? Or was this a relic of their current, desperate attempt to create a safe haven, perhaps a place where they hoped to eventually reside once the seed had taken root? The etched patterns on the trees began to take on more recognizable forms. I saw figures that looked like the shimmering light beings, their elongated forms moving in graceful dances, surrounded by swirling energy. I saw images of the glowing pools, of crystalline structures, of the delicate seed, all intertwined in a complex narrative that spoke of harmony, cultivation, and profound connection to their environment. Then the patterns shifted, growing darker, more chaotic. I saw the vast, formless shadow, the destructive energy, the shattering of their world. It was the story from the chamber, etched in living stone, a silent scream of loss and displacement. My heart ached with a strange empathy. They had lost everything, and they were seeking to rebuild, to sow new life from the ashes of their old world. And I, an accidental tourist, was their instrument. I continued through the tree tunnels, following the glowing map. The air grew perceptibly warmer here, not uncomfortably so, but a gentle, pervasive heat that seemed to emanate from the living walls themselves. The light intensified, no longer diffused, but a soft, consistent ambient glow that made the patterns on the trees stand out in sharper relief. The tunnels began to converge, leading me towards a central point. The colossal trees formed an enormous circular clearing, open to the sky, though the muted light still prevailed. And in the very center of this clearing, something truly extraordinary stood. It was a vast crystalline structure, easily 100 feet tall, a spire of pure radiant light. It wasn't a projection, but a solid physical entity, growing directly from the earth. It pulsed with an intense, pure white light, even brighter than the crystal in the chamber, and it hummed with a profound, resonant tone that filled the entire clearing. This was the source of the warmth, the light, the energy that permeated this area. The ground around the crystal spire was clear of vegetation, a wide, smooth expanse of dark, polished earth. And directly at the base of the spire, a small, circular indentation, a perfectly smooth depression in the dark earth, glowed with a soft, green luminescence. The green dot on my holographic map was hovering precisely over that indentation. This was it, the planting site. I walked towards the spire, my steps slow, reverent. The hum of the crystal spire resonated through my entire body, a soothing vibration that filled me with a deep sense of peace, momentarily erasing all fear and fatigue. The air here was utterly pure, clean, and warm. I reached the indentation. It was about a foot in diameter, perfectly round, and looked like a bed of rich, dark soil that absorbed the ambient light but glowed from within with that soft, inviting green. It felt alive, ready. My hands trembled as I carefully unzipped my backpack, reaching for the inner pocket. I retrieved the small, dark, glowing seed. It pulsed faintly in my palm, its intricate patterns swirling with inner light. It felt heavier now, charged with purpose. I knelt before the indentation, the warmth of the earth seeping into my knees. The hum of the spire intensified, a gentle crescendo of expectation. I looked at the seed, then at the glowing bed, then up at the vast, silent living forest that surrounded me, a silent witness to this profound act. This was not just planting a seed. This was an act of creation, of hope, of bridging worlds. It was the future of an entire species, distilled into this tiny, glowing orb. I gently placed the seed into the center of the green glowing indentation. The moment it touched the soil, a surge of energy, invisible but palpable, erupted from the ground. The green light of the indentation flared brightly, engulfing the seed in its embrace. The crystal spire pulsed, emitting a soft, golden light that washed over the clearing, followed by a resonant, deep tone that vibrated through the earth itself. The seed began to sink slowly, steadily into the glowing soil, drawn downwards by an unseen force. As it descended, the soil around it began to move, to subtly undulate as if breathing. The green light pulsed, wrapping around the disappearing seed, a silent farewell, a tender embrace. Within seconds, the seed was gone, completely absorbed by the earth. The indentation sealed itself, leaving a perfectly smooth surface of dark soil, still glowing faintly green. The intense burst of energy subsided, the golden light faded, and the spire returned to its steady, pure white hum. It was done. I sat back on my heels, breathless, watching the now blank patch of earth. There was no sprout, no sudden growth, nothing outwardly visible to show what had just transpired. Only the subtle, continuous green glow from beneath the surface, a silent promise. A profound wave of exhaustion washed over me, now that the immediate task was complete. The adrenaline drained, leaving me feeling hollowed out, utterly spent, but also a strange sense of accomplishment, a quiet triumph against impossible odds. I had done it. I had fulfilled my part of the bargain. But now what? The holographic map, which had guided me faithfully to this point, now flickered once, then vanished completely. The green dot, the path, everything gone, just my empty palm. A fresh wave of panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was deep in an alien world, my mission complete, and now I had no guide, no way back. I scrambled to my feet, spinning around, frantically searching the living architecture of the trees. How did I get back to the portal? Was the portal even still there? The crystal spire continued its steady hum, a serene, unwavering presence, indifferent to my sudden despair. The silence of the forest, which had felt sacred moments ago, now felt oppressive again, a vast, inescapable prison. I was stranded. I walked back to the edge of the clearing, scanning the etched patterns on the trees, searching for any sign, any hint of a path back, a new instruction. But the narratives woven into the bark seemed to end with the story of the seed, a cycle completed. I pulled out my phone again, a futile gesture but a desperate act of habit. Still a blank screen, a dead piece of technology, my last connection to my world. I slumped against the base of one of the colossal trees, its metallic bark surprisingly warm against my back. My mind raced, trying to find a solution, a strategy, but there was nothing. No discernible direction, no markers, just endless alien forest. What if there was no way back? What if this was my new existence, forever a ghost in this beautiful, terrifying world? The thought was a cold, suffocating blanket. As I sat there, lost in despair, I felt a familiar presence in my backpack, the pearlescent stone. I pulled it out, almost instinctively. As I held it in my palm, its soft, internal glow seemed to intensify slightly. The subtle hum I'd felt from it before now became more distinct, a rhythmic pulse that resonated deeply within me. And then slowly, impossibly, a faint, translucent image began to coalesce above the stone in my hand. It wasn't the detailed map from before. It was simpler, more symbolic. A faint, shimmering line, almost like a thin river of light, curving and weaving through what looked like an abstract representation of the forest. And at one end of the line, a small, distinct circle, the crystal spire. At the other end, a fainter, almost ethereal shimmer, a subtle distortion of light. The portal. It was a path, a way back. A new surge of hope, fragile but fierce, ignited within me. They hadn't abandoned me. The stone, the first anomaly I had found, was now my guide, my personal compass in this impossible journey. I clutched the stone tightly, its soft light illuminating my resolute face in the dim alien light. The path would be long, arduous, and undoubtedly fraught with new dangers. I still had to navigate the strange tree tunnels, brave the glowing pool, and somehow find the exact location of that shimmering veil that had brought me here. But now I had a direction, a chance. I took a deep breath, pushing myself away from the tree. The exhaustion was still there, a heavy weight, but it was now tempered by a fierce determination. I had come this far. I had planted the seed. I would find my way home. I looked at the glowing indentation at the base of the crystal spire, a silent promise of new life taking root. Then I looked at the shimmering path projected by the stone in my hand. My journey wasn't over. It had just begun its treacherous return. I began to walk, following the faint, ethereal line projected by the pearlescent stone, leaving the sacred clearing behind, stepping back into the majestic, silent labyrinth of the living tree tunnels, my eyes fixed on the distant, shimmering glimmer of a way back. I began to walk, following the faint, ethereal line projected by the pearlescent stone, leaving the sacred clearing behind, stepping back into the majestic, silent labyrinth of the living tree tunnels, my eyes fixed on the distant, shimmering glimmer of a way back. The return journey through the spiraling tree tunnels was, in some ways, more daunting than the trek inwards. Before, I had been propelled by a singular purpose, a desperate quest for the unknown. Now I walked with a heavier understanding of this world's alien nature, and the path, though guided, felt infinitely longer. The glowing line from the stone hovered consistently in my palm, a fragile thread of light leading me through the massive, sculpted trees. It was a simpler guide than the detailed map, offering only direction, not terrain specifics, forcing me to rely even more on my instincts. The tunnels themselves seemed to shift and change with my perception. The intricate patterns etched into the metallic bark, which had felt like ancient narratives before, now seemed to whisper warnings. The soft, spongy moss underfoot, once a silent comfort, now felt like a shroud. The pervasive, gentle warmth began to fade as I moved further from the crystal spire's influence, replaced by the cooler, damp air I remembered from earlier. The ambient light, while still present, became dimmer, a testament to the spire's role as the heart of this cultivated zone. My exhaustion, though temporarily forgotten by the relief of completing the task, returned with a vengeance. My legs were leaden, my muscles screamed in protest. Every step was a conscious effort, a battle against the desire to simply collapse. But the thought of getting home, of understanding what had just happened to me, kept me moving. The journey through the tree tunnels felt endless. The etched figures on the bark began to blur into abstract shapes as the ambient light receded, and the faint internal glow of some patterns dimmed. The silence, previously a revered stillness within this living architecture, gradually reverted to the heavier, watchful quiet of the outer forest. My ears strained, still searching for any sound, any sign of life, but found none. It was a profound, echoing emptiness that amplified my sense of isolation. After what felt like hours, the massive interwoven spires began to separate. the living tunnels opening up into a more traditional, albeit still alien, forest. The towering, smooth-barked trees gave way to the gnarled, ancient variety, their branches once again forming a dense, filtering canopy. The ground became uneven, covered in familiar, now, at least, glowing fungi and treacherous roots. The air grew thicker, heavier, with the earthy, metallic scent returning in full force, mingled with the subtle, sweet decay. I was leaving the light beings' sanctuary, their hidden garden, and re-entering the wild, untamed alien wilderness. My water bottle, refilled at the spring, was a precious commodity. I rationed my sips, knowing that finding another clean source was a gamble. The fear of dehydration, momentarily quelled, began to creep back into my thoughts. The stone, however, remained a steadfast guide, its shimmering line always pointing forward, a silent, unwavering beacon. The route projected by the stone led me in a different direction than my inward journey, not directly retracing my steps, but charting a new course. This new path seemed to avoid the steep, rocky incline where I had found the spring, instead veering towards a more densely vegetated area. I pushed through thickets of unfamiliar, broad-leafed plants, some with thorny stems that snagged at my clothes, leaving small tears. The glowing fungi, now the primary light source in the deeper gloom, created an eerie, shifting landscape that played tricks on my eyes. It was during this phase of the journey, as the light grew progressively dimmer, that I felt a change in the air. A subtle vibration, a low hum that resonated through the soles of my boots. It was the hum of the glowing pool, distinct and unsettling, growing steadily stronger. The stone's projected path was leading me directly back to that vast, luminous expanse. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. The pool represented not just the unknown, but also the habitat of the serpentine creature. My previous encounter had been a terrifying close call, and I didn't relish a repeat. I gripped the pearlescent stone tighter, hoping its enigmatic properties would offer some protection again. As I broke through a final wall of thick, phosphorescent ferns, the glowing pool stretched out before me, vast and still, its pearlescent surface mirroring the dim light from above. The low, resonant hum pulsed through the air, vibrating in my chest. The acrid, metallic scent was strongest here, making my eyes water slightly. The dark, obsidian-like structure, where I had received my mission, stood nestled against the gnarled roots of the enormous tree on the far side. The stone's projected path, however, didn't lead directly to the structure. Instead, it showed a curving line, skirting the edge of the pool, moving towards an area further to my left, where the bank seemed to disappear into a dense cluster of towering, ancient trees. The shimmering endpoint of the line, the portal itself, was somewhere beyond that, obscured by the foliage. I began to circle the pool, maintaining a wide berth, my eyes constantly scanning the luminous surface and the dark, tangled undergrowth on the opposite bank. The silence, save for the pool's hum, was absolute, and every shadow seemed to conceal a potential threat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum in the quiet. Suddenly, a disturbance on the pool's surface. A ripple, slow and deliberate, expanded from the far bank, heading directly towards me. My breath caught in my throat. My gaze snapped to the source, the shadowy depths beneath the gnarled tree. And there it was, the serpentine creature. It emerged from the dark roots, its iridescent black scales shimmering in the pool's light, its massive body gliding effortlessly into the glowing liquid. It moved with the same unsettling grace, creating barely a whisper of a ripple as it descended. It wasn't swimming towards me with aggression, but rather moving with a slow, purposeful intent, its wedge-shaped head held high, those reddish, phosphorescent pores along its jawline pulsing faintly. My grip tightened on the stone, its soft glow now my only comfort. This time, it wasn't on land, where I might have been able to keep distance. It was in the pool, an environment that was clearly its domain. A cold dread seeped into my bones. The creature didn't make a direct beeline for me. Instead, it began to slowly circle the edge of the pool, mirroring my own path but on the water. It kept a distance, maybe 30 yards, but its presence was undeniable, a silent, watchful shadow beneath the pearlescent surface. It felt like a silent escort, or perhaps a persistent sentinel, ensuring I didn't stray. The hum from the pool seemed to intensify, resonating with the subtle pulses from the creature's body. The air crackled with a strange, almost electrical energy. I continued to walk, my pace slow and steady, trying not to appear panicked, my eyes fixed alternately on the glowing path from the stone and the silent, serpentine form gliding through the alien liquid. This silent vigil continued for what felt like an eternity. The creature matched my pace, never getting closer, never retreating, just a constant, unsettling presence. The pearlescent stone in my hand felt warm, vibrating subtly, and I instinctively felt that it was somehow maintaining this delicate balance, keeping the creature at bay, or perhaps acting as a bridge of non-aggression. Eventually, the glowing path from the stone veered away from the pool, leading me into a new section of dense forest. As I entered the deeper shadows, the creature on the pool's surface slowly stopped, its head turning to follow my progress for a moment longer. Then, with a slow, almost imperceptible turn, it vanished beneath the glowing liquid, leaving only the rippling surface and the persistent hum. I didn't stop to rest until I was well out of sight and earshot of the pool, my heart still thundering. The encounter had frayed my nerves, leaving me shaken, but once again miraculously unharmed. The stone was proving to be more than just a guide. It was a companion, a silent protector. I felt an inexplicable bond forming with it, a tangible connection to this impossible world. The path from the stone now led me through a winding maze of ancient trees, their trunks even thicker and more gnarled than those near the pool. The undergrowth was a tangled riot of new, unfamiliar flora. Some plants grew in dense, overlapping layers, forming natural walls that forced me to squeeze through narrow gaps. Others had broad, fleshy leaves that felt surprisingly cool and moist to the touch, exuding a faint, earthy aroma when brushed. The glowing fungi were still abundant, but here they seemed to grow in more varied forms. Intricate lace-like patterns on tree trunks, delicate shelf-like growths on fallen logs, and shimmering carpets underfoot. The air itself felt different. It was damp, almost heavy with moisture, and the earthy, metallic scent was now infused with a stronger, almost overwhelming aroma, a mix of damp soil and something rich, sweet, and intensely fungal. It was the smell of life, raw and untamed, but also hinting at decay and transformation. The stone's projection began to show the destination, the shimmering veil, as growing subtly brighter, closer at the end of the line. The hope within me flared, then dulled. Closer didn't mean safe. Closer meant I was nearing the unpredictable boundary between two realities, and I had no idea what to expect. My body was now protesting every movement. My thirst, though temporarily quenched, was returning. I checked my water bottle, still about half full. I had to make it last. My backpack, though lighter from consumed food, felt like a lead weight. I was utterly drained, both physically and mentally. As the projected path from the stone continued its meandering course, it led me to a new anomaly. The trees here, while still ancient and grand, began to exhibit strange, almost grotesque deformations. Their trunks were swollen and pitted, like old, diseased flesh, oozing a thick, viscous sap that glowed faintly with a sickly, yellowish light. The glowing fungi around their bases were not the usual vibrant greens and blues, but a muted, almost bruised purple. The air grew stagnant, heavy with a cloying sweetness that was almost nauseating. The silence here was different again, not the active quiet of the other areas, but a heavy, suffocating stillness, as if the very air refused to move. It felt wrong, unhealthy. The pearlescent stone in my hand, usually a source of calm, began to vibrate faintly, a low, rapid tremor that transmitted a subtle sense of unease, a warning. The shimmering line it projected flickered slightly, as if struggling against an unseen interference. I pressed on cautiously, my senses heightened. The ground became soft, almost spongy, beneath my feet, making a faint squelching sound with every step. The glowing purple fungi pulsed with an unsettling rhythm. The sap-oozing trees seemed to writhe in the dim light, their forms twisted and distorted. Then I saw them. Not creatures of flesh and blood, but constructs or remnants. Littered among the diseased-looking trees were strange, almost skeletal formations. They looked like the husks of enormous insects made of dark, brittle chitin, but they were motionless, broken, half-buried in the squelching ground. Some were partially covered in the oozing, yellow sap, their forms decaying. They were immense, easily 10 or 15 feet long, with multiple limbs ending in sharp, hooked claws. My blood ran cold. These were not living creatures, but evidence of something terrible. A battle, a plague. They were far larger and more terrifying than the serpentine creature I had encountered. Whatever had created them, or whatever had killed them, was a force to be reckoned with. The pearlescent stone vibrated more intensely in my hand, the discomfort palpable. The projected path was leading me straight through this macabre graveyard. There was no alternative route. I moved with extreme caution, stepping carefully around the skeletal remains, trying not to disturb the oozing sap. The air felt thick, heavy with the cloying scent and an indefinable sense of decay. My imagination conjured images of the creatures that once inhabited these husks, their unseen movements in the suffocating silence. As I navigated this unsettling area, I noticed something else. Some of the husks, particularly those that were less decayed, had faint, almost imperceptible etchings on their chitinous surfaces. They were similar to the patterns on the tree tunnels, but crudely rendered, less flowing, more angular, like primitive warnings or battle sigils. They pulsed with a faint, angry red light, a stark contrast to the pure white and golden glows I had seen elsewhere. These were the shadows from the light being's projection, the formless void made manifest in some way, or perhaps their destructive tools. This was a battleground, a place where their world had suffered. The stone's vibration grew frantic. The projected line flickered erratically. I felt a subtle pressure building in my head, a dull ache behind my eyes. It felt like the air itself was resisting my presence, pushing back. I had to get out of this place, fast. I quickened my pace, pushing through the viscous air, scrambling over roots and fallen husks, trying to follow the flickering path. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged gasp for clean air. The cloying scent, the oppressive stillness, the silent evidence of ancient horror, it was all too much. Suddenly, the ground beneath my foot gave way. Not a small slip, but a sudden, sickening drop. I cried out, flailing, my backpack throwing me off balance. I plunged downwards, a brief, terrifying fall into darkness. I landed hard, pain shooting up my leg and arm. My backpack twisted, cushioning some of the impact, but my head struck something solid. Stars exploded behind my eyes. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, gasping for breath, the taste of blood in my mouth. The pearlescent stone had flown from my hand. My heart leaped into my throat. Without it, I was truly lost. I forced myself to sit up, my head throbbing, my left ankle screaming in protest. I was in a small enclosed space, a natural cavern or hollow beneath the ground. The air was thick and stagnant, reeking of the same cloying sweetness and decay. The faint light from the forest above, filtered through the hole I had fallen through, cast long, distorted shadows around me. And then I saw it, the source of the intense, oppressive feeling. Around me, embedded in the walls of the cavern, were more husks, but these were different. They were intact, not decayed, and they pulsed faintly with that angry, sickly red light. They were not dead, they were dormant. And directly in front of me, partially buried in the soft, squelching ground, was a particularly large husk. It was easily twice the size of the others, its chitin a dark, obsidian-like black, but it pulsed with a brighter, more malevolent red light. Its multiple limbs were curled around something at its core. Not the delicate, glowing green seed I had planted. This one was larger, rougher, dark, and jagged, like a shard of obsidian, but it pulsed with an angry, pulsating red light, a mirror image of the destructive energy I had seen in the light being's projections. And it was humming, not the pure musical hum of the crystal, but a low, guttural thrum, a sound of immense, raw power that vibrated through the cavern walls and into my very bones. This was their seed, the seed of the destroyers. My mind reeled. This wasn't just a battlefield, it was a nursery. A dark, ancient nursery for whatever had driven the light beings from their home. The hum intensified, the red pulses from the husks and the central seed growing brighter, faster. The air grew perceptibly colder, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolence. It was stirring. I had to move. I had to find the stone. Gritting my teeth against the pain in my ankle, I began to crawl, frantically searching the muddy ground. My hand brushed against something smooth and cool, the pearlescent stone. I snatched it up, clutching it tightly. As my fingers closed around it, the stone flared, its soft white glow pushing back against the encroaching red. The hum it emitted intensified, a pure, resonant tone that seemed to cut through the guttural thrum of the red seed. The pressure in my head eased slightly, but the sense of immediate danger remained. The red seed pulsed faster. The husks around me seemed to tremble. I could almost feel their dormant energy stirring, responding to the presence of the pearlescent stone. It was a confrontation, a silent battle of energies. My eyes scanned the cavern walls, desperate for an exit. The hole I had fallen through was too high, too steep to climb with an injured ankle. There had to be another way out. The pearlescent stone, still glowing brightly in my hand, suddenly projected a new line. Not the shimmering path to the portal, but a faint, almost transparent line pointing to a crack in the cavern wall, barely visible in the dim, red-tinged light. It was small, a narrow fissure, but it was there. My ankle screamed with every movement, but adrenaline was a potent painkiller. I dragged myself towards the crack, the glowing stone held before me like a shield. The guttural hum of the red seed was growing louder, more insistent. I could almost feel the awakening of whatever dark energy it contained. I squeezed through the narrow crack, scraping my shoulders and backpack, my injured ankle protesting violently. The passage was tight, dark, and filled with a suffocating, earthy smell, but it led away from the growing red hum, away from the dormant husks, away from the seed of destruction. I crawled for what felt like an eternity, the passage twisting and turning, sometimes narrowing to barely shoulder width. The pearlescent stone continued to project its faint, guiding line, an unwavering beacon in the absolute darkness of the subterranean tunnel. The air grew cleaner, the oppressive sweetness replaced by the familiar damp earthiness. The guttural hum of the red seed gradually faded into the distance. Finally, the tunnel began to slope upwards. The air grew cooler, fresher. A faint, muted light appeared ahead. Hope surged through me anew. I pushed forward, scrambling up the incline, my hands and knees caked with mud. I emerged into a familiar landscape, the dense, ancient forest, still permeated by the muted light of this alien world. The glowing fungi were back, their cool greens and blues a welcome sight after the oppressive red of the cavern. I collapsed onto the spongy ground, gasping for breath, my body aching, my ankle throbbing. I was out. I was alive. And the pearlescent stone was still in my hand, its soft, white glow a comforting presence. I looked down at the stone. It had guided me, warned me, and now saved me. It was more than a mere compass. It was a key, a protective charm, a living connection to the benevolent forces of this world. The shimmering line it projected was back, clear and strong, pointing towards the original destination, the portal. The incident in the cavern had been a terrifying detour, a stark reminder of the dangers that still lurked in this world, but it hadn't derailed my ultimate goal. I rested for a long time, allowing the immediate shock to subside, tending to my ankle as best I could. It was definitely sprained, swollen and painful, but I could still put some weight on it, enough to limp forward. I rationed another sip of water, the taste of it now more precious than ever. The forest here was vibrant, a stark contrast to the sickly area I had just escaped. The trees, though still immense, were healthy, their bark covered in intricate mosses and shelf fungi. The undergrowth was lush, teeming with the usual glowing flora. It was still silent, but it was a quiet that felt restorative, a silence that allowed me to hear my own heart beat, steady and strong. After regaining some strength, I slowly pushed myself up. The path ahead, guided by the stone, was clear. I limped forward, my pace slower now, more deliberate. Every step was a careful negotiation with the uneven terrain, a testament to my injured ankle. As I moved deeper into this new section of the forest, the air grew increasingly damp. The sound of a steady, rhythmic drip, like soft rain on leaves, began to echo through the silence. It wasn't the trickle of a spring, but a more pervasive, atmospheric sound. And then I saw them. Not trees, not plants, but structures. Organic, yes, but undeniably shaped by intelligence. They were colossal, mushroom-like formations, easily 100 feet tall, their caps wide and flat, like enormous, luminous discs. They weren't growing from the ground in the conventional sense. Instead, they seemed to emerge from the misty air itself, their thick, segmented stalks reaching up from what appeared to be an endless, swirling fog. The caps pulsed with a soft, blue-green light, illuminating the perpetual mist that clung to the forest floor. The pearlescent stone's projection cut directly through this ethereal landscape, indicating that the portal lay beyond. This was a new challenge, a world of fog and giant, glowing fungi. I stepped into the mist. It was cool and damp, instantly clinging to my skin and clothes. The visibility dropped dramatically, reducing my world to a few yards around me. The towering, luminous mushroom-like structures seemed to materialize and disappear within the swirling fog, their soft light creating an otherworldly glow that was both beautiful and disorienting. The ground was soft and wet, covered in a deep layer of spongy moss. The rhythmic dripping sound intensified, a constant presence that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was the condensation from the enormous fungal caps falling steadily onto the forest floor. The silence here was different yet again. The thick mist seemed to absorb all sound, creating an even more profound sense of isolation. My own footsteps were muffled, swallowed by the fog. The air, though damp, felt clean, refreshing after the oppressive atmosphere of the Husk Cavern. I continued to follow the stone's unwavering guide, navigating by touch and instinct as much as by sight. My injured ankle made the going slow, but the mist provided a strange sense of protective anonymity. I felt hidden, unseen, in this ethereal forest. As I ventured deeper into the fungal mist forest, I noticed small, intricate patterns on the stalks of the giant mushrooms. They were similar to the patterns on the tree tunnels, but more delicate, like filigree. They glowed faintly, a subtle internal light that pulsed in soft, rhythmic patterns, hinting at some deeper connection, some latent energy within these colossal organisms. Were these also creations of the light beings, or were they a natural part of this alien ecosystem, simply influenced or utilized by them? The sheer scale and complexity of this world continued to astound me, a testament to its ancient, alien beauty. Hours passed in this misty, luminous labyrinth. My thirst was now a dull ache, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. I knew I needed to find sustenance soon, but the dense fog made searching for anything beyond the path impossible. I relied on the pearlescent stone, its constant, glowing line my only compass in this bewildering, beautiful world. Then the mist began to thin. Gradually, imperceptibly at first, the swirling fog began to dissipate. The giant fungal structures, which had seemed to float in the air, solidified, their immense forms revealing themselves more fully. The dripping sound receded, replaced by a softer, more distant rustle, as if the forest was slowly reawakening. As the mist cleared, the light brightened. Not the full, crisp sunlight of my world, but a stronger version of the muted, diffused light that characterized this alien realm. The vibrant greens and blues of the forest floor returned in richer hues. The pearlescent stone's projected line, which had been a constant, steady stream, now began to flicker slightly, becoming more intense, almost vibrating with energy. The distant, shimmering endpoint of the line, the portal, grew visibly brighter, more defined. It was close, very close. My heart began to pound with a renewed sense of urgency, a mixture of hope and fear. I was almost there. After all the impossible journeys, the terrifying encounters, the pain and exhaustion, I was finally reaching the threshold. The terrain ahead was different. The dense undergrowth gave way to a wider, more open path, similar to the one where I had first crossed the vale. The trees were still ancient, but less tangled, spaced further apart. Their bark was thick and deeply furrowed, covered in velvety moss. The glowing fungi were present, but in less overwhelming concentrations, dotting the ground like scattered jewels. The air felt lighter, almost charged with an unspoken energy. The earthy, metallic smell was fading, replaced by a subtle, clean scent that reminded me faintly of ozone, but without the acrid bite. It was the scent of a boundary, of two worlds pressing against each other. And then I saw it. In the distance, barely visible through the remaining trees, was the shimmer, the distortion, the boundary. It hung in the air, a vertical, rippling curtain of light, utterly still, utterly silent. It was exactly as I remembered it, a subtle warp in reality, an impossible seam in the fabric of the forest. A profound wave of relief, so powerful it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I had found it. The pearlescent stone pulsed wildly in my hand, its projected line now a blinding shaft of light, pointing directly at the shimmering veil. Its mission was complete. But as I stumbled forward, a new feeling began to creep in. A subtle change in the air, a growing pressure, a distinct coldness that was alien even to this already strange world. The silence, which had been a constant companion, was not just broken, but invaded. A low, guttural growl, impossibly deep, vibrated through the ground, shaking the very trees. It wasn't the hum of the pool, nor the thrum of the red seed. This was something else, something utterly predatory, filled with ancient malice. My blood ran cold. My mind screamed no, not now, not when I'm so close. I spun around, my injured ankle protesting violently, scanning the forest behind me. The pearlescent stone's guiding light, now pointed solely at the shimmering veil, offered no clue to this new threat. The growl came again, closer this time, a chilling, resonant rumble that seemed to emanate from everywhere at once, from the very depths of the silent forest. The trees around me seemed to lean inwards, their shadows deepening, twisting into menacing forms. And then a form began to coalesce from the deeper shadows. It was immense, far larger than anything I had yet encountered. It was not a creature of scales or chitin, but something more primal, more ancient. It was like a colossal bear, but without fur, its skin a dark, mottled gray, stretched taut over massive, corded muscles. Its head was low, brutal, with a gaping maw filled with rows of jagged, obsidian-like teeth. Its eyes, when they opened, were not eyes at all, but two pits of pure, burning, malevolent red light, echoing the color of the destroyer's seed. It moved with ponderous, crushing weight, each step shaking the ground, yet it made almost no sound, save for that terrifying, guttural growl that resonated through the forest. It was a creature of absolute power, a beast of nightmare. The pearlescent stone, still blazing brightly, suddenly began to hum frantically in my hand, vibrating with an almost painful intensity. The pure white light it emitted flared, pushing back against the encroaching shadows, but it seemed to infuriate the creature more than deter it. The red eyes fixed on me, burning with an ancient, savage hunger. This was not a guardian. This was a predator, an alpha predator, and I was its prey. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. This was it. After everything, after the portal, the light beings, the seed, the serpentine creature, the cavern of husks, the fungal forest, it was all going to end here, devoured by this monstrous guardian of the void. My injured ankle screamed, but I knew I had to run. I spun back towards the shimmering veil, a mere 100 yards away, now my only hope. I limped, stumbled, pushed my aching body forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins, blurring the pain. The growl intensified behind me, a deep rumble of pure fury. I heard the crashing of branches, the tearing of earth, as the colossal beast began its charge. It was surprisingly fast, its massive bulk gaining on me with terrifying speed. I risked a glance over my shoulder. It was closer, far too close, its red eyes burning, its maw gaping, dripping with some viscous, glowing liquid. Its immense shadow fell over me, cold and suffocating. I threw myself forward, a desperate, final surge of energy. The shimmering veil was right there, just feet away. I could feel the cold distortion, the pull of the boundary. The ground shuddered as the creature lunged, its massive clawed hand reaching for me, a shadow of death falling. I launched myself into the shimmering veil, not knowing what awaited me on the other side, only knowing I had to escape. The world exploded in a kaleidoscope of sensations. The intense, cold pressure on my eardrums, the sudden disorientation, the feeling of being pulled through an impossible space, stretched and distorted. It was a violent, jarring transition, far more intense than my entry into this world. I tumbled blindly through the swirling chaos, my body screaming, my mind reeling. The growl of the creature, the burning red eyes, the alien forest, it all vanished in a flash of white noise and blinding light. And then, with a final, violent lurch, I was through. I landed hard on something soft, something familiar. Autumn leaves. The crisp, dry scent of fallen foliage filled my nostrils. The air was cool, fresh, utterly normal, and the sound. Birds chirping, the rustle of squirrels in the trees, the distant murmur of a stream. I was back. I lay there for a long moment, dazed, gasping for breath, the world spinning. My body ached, my ankle throbbed, but I was on solid, familiar ground. I was on the old Mill Loop trail. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. The vibrant reds and golds of the autumn leaves were all around me, bathed in the crisp, bright sunlight of a clear October morning. The familiar path stretched ahead and behind, winding into the reassuring normalcy of the Appalachian forest. I looked back, expecting to see the shimmering distortion, the boundary I had just crossed. It wasn't there. The path stretched behind me, identical to the path ahead, weaving into a forest that looked, to all outward appearances, utterly normal, just as it had vanished behind me on the other side. My phone, I fumbled for it, pulling it out with trembling fingers. Service. Full bars. The GPS app loaded instantly, showing my blue dot precisely on the familiar green line of the old Mill Loop, a mere 100 yards from the trailhead. I was back, truly back. A wave of overwhelming relief washed over me, so potent it brought tears to my eyes. I sank to my knees, burying my face in my hands, sobbing with a mixture of raw terror, profound exhaustion, and an almost unbearable gratitude. After a long moment, I forced myself to compose myself. I wiped my face, took a deep, shuddering breath of the familiar, pine-scented air. My journey had ended. War had it. My hand instinctively went to my backpack, to the inner pocket where I had placed the pearlescent stone. It was still there, cool and smooth beneath my fingers. I pulled it out. It no longer glowed. It was just a smooth, pearlescent white stone, perfectly round, utterly inert. Its internal light, its subtle hum, its projected path all gone. It was just a rock. But it was real, tangible proof of everything I had experienced, a physical piece of another world brought back to mine. I carefully placed the stone back in my pocket, and then I remembered the seed, the destroyer's seed. Had I carried it back with me? No, I had left it in the cavern, but the light being's seed, the one I had planted. It was still in that other world, growing, waiting. The implications of that fact settled over me, a chilling realization that my connection to that alien world wasn't severed, but simply paused. I had planted a seed of another world, in a place that now existed on the other side of an invisible veil. Its fate, and perhaps the fate of the light beings, was now intertwined with this spot in the Appalachian Mountains. My mission was complete, but the story was far from over. I was back home, but I was irrevocably changed. I had carried a cosmic responsibility, and I had fulfilled it. But what would be the consequences? What would grow from that glowing green dot in the heart of that alien forest? And what would happen to this world now that its subtle boundary had been breached, its fabric intertwined with another? I pushed myself to my feet, my injured ankle protesting with every movement. I looked around the familiar forest, at the vibrant autumn leaves, the clear blue sky. It was all there just as I had left it, but it felt different. It felt fragile. I was no longer just a hiker. I was a gatekeeper, an unwilling guardian of a secret that could reshape everything. The world had just grown infinitely larger, infinitely more complex, and I was at the very center of its unexpected expansion. I began to limp down the path, towards the parking lot, towards my car, towards my old life. But I knew with absolute certainty that my old life was gone. It had ended the moment I stepped through the shimmering. I began to limp down the path, towards the parking lot, towards my car, towards my old life. But I knew with absolute certainty that my old life was gone. It had ended the moment I stepped through the shimmering veil. The familiar crunch of autumn leaves underfoot felt both comforting and alien. My vision, still adjusting from the dim, glowing world, found the bright sunlight almost painful. Every sound, from the distant chirping of a robin to the gentle rustle of the wind through the pines, seemed amplified, imbued with a new, startling clarity. It was as if my senses had been recalibrated, fine-tuned by the extreme environment I had just left. My ankle throbbed with every step, a constant, sharp reminder of the monster's pursuit. My muscles, pushed to their absolute limit, quivered with exhaustion. A profound hunger gnawed at my stomach, a physical emptiness that echoed the deeper, spiritual void I now felt. I was here in my world, but a part of me was still clinging to the metallic bark of a giant tree, watching a destroyer's seed hum with malevolent power, or running from those burning red eyes. The short walk to the parking lot, usually a breezy 15 minutes, stretched into an arduous journey. Each familiar landmark, the gnarled oak by the creek, the old stone wall half hidden by ivy, the bend in the trail that offered a glimpse of the distant mountains, seemed to regard me with a silent, knowing gaze. They were unchanged, but I was not. The world around me had a new depth, a hidden layer of wonder and terror that only I could perceive. When I finally spotted my car, a battered but reliable SUV, nestled among a few others, a fresh wave of relief, mixed with a strange anxiety, washed over me. It was a tangible link to my old life, a symbol of normalcy. But what was normal anymore? I fumbled for my keys, my hands still trembling slightly. The simple act of opening the car door felt monumental. Sliding into the driver's seat, the familiar scent of old coffee and upholstery hit me, a nostalgic shock. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the mundane reality wash over me, trying to ground myself. But even with my eyes shut, the glowing fungi, the spiraling tree tunnels, the shimmering pool, and the burning red eyes flickered behind my eyelids. I started the car, the engine purring to life with a reassuring rumble. The radio, still tuned to the local classical station, filled the silence with a gentle concerto. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the music playing, my mind a whirlwind of fragmented memories and overwhelming emotions. My phone, safely tucked in my pocket, vibrated, a text message. My sister, Sarah. Hey, had fun hiking. Where are you? Dinner tonight? The mundane reality of it felt like a punch to the gut. Dinner. Right. How could I explain where I'd been? How could I articulate the impossible truths I now carried? I managed a shaky breath. I couldn't just dive back into life as if nothing had happened. Not yet. I needed time to process, to think, to simply be in my own world, alone with what I knew. With a deep sigh, I put the car in reverse, slowly backing out of the parking spot. The drive home was a blur. The familiar roads, the small towns, the rolling farmlands of rural Appalachia, they all seemed to pass by in a dream. I was present, yet completely detached, observing my own actions from a distance. Back at my cabin, nestled deep in the woods, I pulled into the driveway. The cabin, usually a sanctuary of peace, now felt like a fragile shell, a temporary refuge from a reality that had expanded beyond comprehension. I unlocked the door, the familiar creak of the hinges a small comfort. Inside, everything was as I had left it. My worn armchair, the half-read book on the coffee table, the faded map of hiking trails tacked to the wall. It was a world that made sense, a world that followed predictable rules. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that those rules were arbitrary, easily bent by forces far beyond our understanding. I stripped off my mud-caked, torn clothes, tossing them into a pile. My body was a roadmap of the journey, scrapes, bruises, an angry red gash on my forearm where a thorny plant had snagged me, and the swollen, purple ankle that screamed with every movement. A long, hot shower was a necessity, a ritualistic cleansing of the alien grime. As the warm water cascaded over me, I closed my eyes, letting the steam fill my lungs, trying to wash away the lingering sense of alien decay and cloying sweetness. But the images persisted. The shimmering veil, the glowing pool, the towering tree tunnels, the crystal spire, the angry red light of the destroyer's seed. They were seared into my memory, indelible. After the shower, I carefully examined my ankle. It was definitely a severe sprain, possibly a hairline fracture. I wrapped it tightly with an old bandage from my first aid kit, wincing with pain. Food was next. My stomach roared in protest. I raided the fridge, grabbing whatever was quick and easy, some leftover pasta, a piece of fruit. The taste of familiar food was a revelation, a simple pleasure I now cherished with a newfound intensity. As I ate, I pulled out the pearlescent stone from my backpack. It lay on the table, smooth and inert, reflecting the muted light of my cabin. It was just a rock, but I knew its truth. I knew it had glowed, guided, protected. It was a silent witness to my impossible journey. I touched it gently, a strange sense of reverence washing over me. It was a piece of there brought here. And what about the seed, the light being's seed? The one now nestled in the heart of that alien world, slowly taking root, a testament to a species' desperate hope. My actions, an accidental tourist, had profound consequences. I was a link, a bridge, a gatekeeper. The magnitude of it all began to sink in, a crushing weight that stole my appetite. I pushed the food away. I had facilitated the beginning of a new civilization, perhaps, or at least a new home for an ancient one. What would grow there? And how would its growth affect this world, the world where the portal now invisibly hummed, its boundary stretched and thinned by my passage? I spent the rest of the day in a haze, moving between the living room and my small study, the quiet cabin a stark contrast to the cacophony of my mind. I tried to distract myself, to read, to watch TV, but nothing held my attention. Every shadow seemed to flicker with an alien light. Every gust of wind sounded like the distant hum of the glowing pool. The realization that I was utterly alone in this knowledge began to settle in, a heavy, isolating burden. Who could I tell? Who would believe me? Even if they did, what good would it do? I had no proof, save for the inert stone and the vivid, terrifying memories that now haunted my waking hours. My old life, with its simple concerns and predictable routines, felt like a distant dream. I was an outsider now, burdened with a secret that transcended humanity. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and disturbed by vivid, terrifying dreams. I relived the chase, the crushing weight of the alpha predator, the burning red eyes. I saw the destroyer's seed, pulsating with malevolent power, its hum echoing in my ears. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. the alien world still vivid in my mind. The next few days were a blur of pain, exhaustion, and a desperate attempt to reintegrate. My ankle slowly began to heal, a tangible connection to the physical world, but the mental wounds felt deeper, more insidious. I avoided calls from Sarah, concocting vague excuses about being busy or unwell. I couldn't bring myself to face her, to pretend everything was normal. I spent hours poring over old maps of the Appalachian Trail, searching for any anomalies, any faint hint of the shimmering veil's precise location. But the forest, from my perspective now, had absorbed it completely. The trail was just a trail, the trees just trees. It was a secret tucked away in plain sight, a distortion in reality that could only be perceived by those intended to see it, or perhaps those who had already passed through. The pearlescent stone became my constant companion. I kept it in my pocket, a smooth, cool weight against my thigh. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I would take it out, holding it in my palm, willing it to glow, to hum, to show me the path again. But it remained inert, a beautiful, ordinary rock. Yet its presence was a comfort, a reminder that it wasn't a dream, that it was all real. One evening, about a week after my return, I was restless. The cabin felt too small, too silent. The lingering questions were a constant itch beneath my skin. I needed to do something, anything, that felt productive, that acknowledged the vast, cosmic shift in my reality. I pulled out my hiking backpack, the same one I'd carried through the alien forest. It still smelled faintly of damp earth and the strange metallic tang of that other world. I started to clean it, to repair the tears from thorny plants, to organize my gear. It was a mundane task, but it gave my restless hands something to do. As I cleaned the side pocket, my fingers brushed against something, something small, round, and smooth. I pulled it out. It was a berry. A single dark berry, slightly shriveled but still recognizable. It was one of the glowing berries from the alien forest, the ones that had grown near the serpentine creature's pool, the ones I had impulsively picked and tucked away. It wasn't glowing now, its outer skin a dull, deep purple, almost black. But as I held it, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible warmth emanating from it, a subtle pulse that mirrored the rhythm of my own heartbeat. My heart leaped. The stone might be inert, but this was still active. A living piece of the other world, brought back with me, not just as a memory, but as a potential conduit. A new idea, audacious and exhilarating, began to form in my mind. If this berry could retain its energy, its connection to that world, perhaps I could cultivate it. Here. The thought was both terrifying and thrilling, to bring something of their world to mine, to consciously, intentionally, breach the boundaries that had already been so irrevocably stretched. It was a risk, a monumental gamble, but the idea took root with an insistent urgency. I was no longer a passive observer. I was an active participant. My role as gatekeeper now extended to this. I carefully placed the berry on a clean cloth. I didn't know anything about alien horticulture, but instinct, a primal connection to the earth, told me to treat it like any precious seed. My small cabin suddenly felt filled with a new purpose. The study, once a place for quiet reading, became a makeshift laboratory. I gathered every gardening book I owned, every resource on cultivation, soil composition, light requirements. It was a desperate, almost absurd quest, but it felt right. It felt like the next step. I decided on a secluded spot behind my cabin, near a small, natural spring that fed into a meandering creek. The soil there was rich, dark, and well-drained, protected by a canopy of old-growth trees. It was a place of quiet energy, a place that felt right for such a monumental undertaking. I spent days preparing the soil, enriching it, turning it over, ensuring it was as hospitable as possible. I built a small, protective enclosure around the spot, a simple wooden frame covered with fine mesh to shield it from local wildlife and curious eyes. It was a ritual, a silent promise to the alien life I was about to introduce. As I worked, I felt a strange shift within me. The constant fear, the gnawing anxiety began to recede, replaced by a focused determination. I was an explorer, an unintentional pioneer, now with a new mission. My connection to the alien world was no longer just a burden, it was a responsibility, an active path forward. Finally, the day came. The berry, still faintly warm, lay in my palm. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of what I was about to do. I knelt beside the prepared soil, the crisp autumn air a sharp contrast to the humid warmth of that other world. With a deep breath, I gently pressed the berry into the dark, rich earth, covering it lightly. Nothing happened. No surge of energy, no brilliant light, no resonant hum. Just the quiet rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant murmur of the creek, the familiar sounds of my own world. A pang of disappointment, sharp and sudden, pierced through me. Had I been foolish? Had the berry lost its potency? Was this an impossible dream, a delusion born of trauma? But then, as I stood there, watching the patch of disturbed earth, I felt it. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the ground, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from beneath the soil. It was incredibly subtle, barely there, but it was real, and it was familiar. It was the faintest echo of the hum I had felt from the alien crystal, the resonance of life taking root. It was working. A profound sense of wonder, tempered by a chilling awareness of the unknown, settled over me. I had done it. I had planted a seed of the alien world, a fragment of its vibrant ecosystem, in my own backyard. Now the waiting begins. I visited the spot daily, sometimes multiple times a day, checking the soil, tending the enclosure, talking to the unseen life beneath the earth. It was a secret garden, a personal sanctuary, a tangible link to the impossible. Weeks turned into a month. The autumn leaves fell, painting the forest floor in shades of red and gold. The air grew colder, hinting at the approaching winter. Still, nothing visibly emerged from the soil. Doubt, a persistent whisper, tried to creep back into my mind. Had I failed? Was it too cold, too alien? Then one crisp morning, as the first dusting of frost powdered the forest floor, I saw it. A tiny sprout, barely an inch tall, pushing through the dark soil. It wasn't green as I had expected. It was a faint, shimmering blue, almost translucent, as if woven from moonlight itself. And as I leaned closer, I saw it. A soft, internal glow, a subtle pulse, emanated from the tiny seedling. It was glowing here, in my world. My breath hitched, my heart swelled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. It was undeniable. It was real. A piece of the alien world was alive, growing, thriving in the Appalachian forest. The implications were staggering. If this could grow, what else could? What effect would it have on the surrounding ecosystem? Would it be benign, or would it be an invasive species, a silent colonization from another dimension? I had no answers. Only the profound, almost dizzying certainty that I had crossed a threshold, not just personally, but for my world. I spent every spare moment observing the seedling. It grew slowly, deliberately, its shimmering blue leaves unfurling with an almost ethereal grace. The faint glow intensified with each passing day, casting a soft, otherworldly light on the surrounding soil. It was beautiful, captivating, and deeply unsettling. The pearlescent stone, still inert in my pocket, seemed to hum subtly now, almost imperceptibly, whenever I was near the seedling. It was as if the reawakening of alien life in this world had rekindled a spark within the stone, a faint echo of its former purpose. My solitude, which had been a heavy burden, now felt like a necessary shield. This was my secret, my responsibility. I couldn't risk anyone else discovering this impossible plant, this living proof of another world. It was too fragile, too profound, too potentially dangerous. As the weeks passed and the first snow began to fall, blanketing the forest in white, the seedling continued to grow. It remained small, perhaps 6 inches tall, but its glow was now undeniable, a soft blue beacon in the winter landscape. It seemed impervious to the cold, thriving in the harsh conditions, drawing sustenance from the earth and the unseen energies that now permeated this secluded spot. One evening, as I watched the snow fall gently around the glowing seedling, a new kind of hum began to emanate from it. Not the familiar resonant hum of the crystal spire, nor the guttural thrum of the destroyer's seed. This was a softer, more melodic sound, almost like a faint, whispered song. It was subtle, easily mistaken for the wind, but I knew its truth. It was the sound of alien life, finding its voice in a new world. And then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw something else. Moving among the trees at the very edge of my property, a subtle distortion in the air, a faint shimmer, caught my eye. It was almost transparent, like heat haze on a summer road, but in the freezing winter air, it stood out with an impossible clarity. The shimmering veil. My heart leaped into my throat. It wasn't just a lingering memory or a vague location on an old map. It was here, on my property, and it was subtly, faintly glowing. A soft, almost imperceptible pulse of light, mirroring the glow of the seedling in my garden. The veil was open, or at least partially open. My blood ran cold. I had thought my return had closed it, that the boundary had resealed. But the presence of the glowing seedling, its growing hum, seemed to be acting as a beacon, a bridge, a subtle anchor for the portal itself. The portal was no longer just a distant memory, a point of entry and exit. It was a persistent presence, a subtle tear in the fabric of reality, right here in my own backyard. And I, with my reckless act of cultivation, had inadvertently made it stronger, more defined. What did this mean? Was it a permanent gateway? Was it merely reacting to the alien life I had introduced? Or was something trying to come through? The questions hammered at me, loud and insistent. The peace I had found in my purpose was shattered, replaced by a fresh wave of primal fear. I had sought to understand, to nurture, but had I simply opened a door I couldn't close? I stumbled back into the cabin, my mind racing. The pearlescent stone in my pocket now felt strangely warm, its faint hum more distinct. It wasn't inert anymore. It was responding. I looked out the window, at the shimmering distortion in the woods, at the glowing seedling nestled in its protective enclosure, casting its otherworldly blue light on the pristine snow. The beautiful, terrifying reality of my situation was undeniable. I was not just a gatekeeper. I was a living nexus, a point of connection between two worlds. And the door, once merely a concept, was now a visible, tangible presence just beyond my cabin walls. The thought of someone else stumbling upon it, upon the glowing seedling, upon the shimmering veil, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. My isolated cabin, once a haven, now felt dangerously exposed. The secret I carried was no longer just mine. It was a physical presence, visible to any who might wander too close. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened alert, unable to shake the feeling of being watched, of something pressing against the veil, testing its strength. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the cabin, sent shivers down my spine. The hum from the seedling and the faint glow from the portal were constant reminders of the precarious balance I had created. I knew I couldn't hide forever. Sooner or later, someone would notice the strange blue glow in the woods or the subtle distortion in the air. I needed to understand what was happening, to find a way to control it, to protect both my world and the fragile alien life I had brought into it. I revisited the light being's message in my mind, the projection of their world, the devastating shadow. Had I, in my attempt to nurture their life, inadvertently drawn that shadow closer? Was this faint, shimmering veil a sign of hope, or a harbinger of a new kind of invasion? The pearlescent stone in my hand pulsed with a gentle rhythm, almost comforting. It seemed to acknowledge my fear, but also to offer a quiet reassurance. It was still my link, my connection, perhaps even my protector. I knew I needed to return to the veil, to approach it, to understand its current state. But the memory of the alpha predator, its burning red eyes, its crushing weight, was a fresh wound in my mind. What if it had followed me through? What if it was waiting on the other side, or even closer, drawn by the same energy that now emanated from my backyard? The thought was paralyzing, yet inaction felt like a betrayal. I had taken this upon myself. I had to see it through. One frigid afternoon, armed with my trusty backpack, a stronger bandage on my ankle, and the pearlescent stone clutched tightly in my hand, I set out. The snow crunched softly under my boots. The forest was still and quiet, a pristine canvas of white and bare branches. As I approached the shimmering veil, the air grew perceptibly colder, heavy with that familiar, ozone-like scent. The hum from the seedling and the subtle pulse from the stone intensified, guiding me, drawing me closer. The veil was unmistakable now, a vertical tear in the reality of the forest, shimmering faintly with a cool, ethereal blue light, mirroring the glow of the seedling. It was wider than I remembered, perhaps 10 feet across, and it seemed to ripple with an internal energy, like a curtain of water distorted by heat. I stood before it just a few feet away, my heart pounding in my chest. No growl, no red eyes, just the profound, silent presence of the gateway. I reached out a hesitant hand. The air around the veil was icy cold, colder than the winter air. As my fingers neared the shimmering surface, I felt a subtle pull, a strange distortion of space. It wasn't violent, not like my desperate plunge through it, but a gentle, almost inviting suction. I pushed my hand into the veil. It was like pushing through thick, cold gel. My hand, then my arm, disappeared into the shimmering surface. I felt nothing but an intense cold, and the subtle, disorienting sensation of my limb being stretched, distended, beyond all natural limits. I pulled my arm back out. It was whole, unharmed, but the feeling lingered, an echo of impossible physics. The veil, for now, felt stable, a passive gateway. But then, as I stood there, observing, I noticed something else. The shimmering veil wasn't just a static curtain. It was subtly fluctuating, its blue light occasionally pulsing with a faint, almost imperceptible green. And with each green pulse, a ripple of energy seemed to emanate from the veil, spreading through the surrounding trees, causing the snow on their branches to shimmer for a fleeting moment. The green, the color of the light being's seed, the color of their world. It was communicating, or perhaps the connection I had forged, the life I had brought forth, was making it permeable. allowing the very essence of that other world to bleed through in subtle, energetic waves. Was this the intended outcome? Was this part of their plan, for me to not only plant the seed, but to establish a more permanent, albeit subtle, bridge between worlds? The pearlescent stone in my hand, now fully awake, pulsed with a strong, pure white light, its hum a steady, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the shimmering veil. It was no longer just a guide, it was a stabilizer, a focal point for the connection. I looked from the glowing stone to the pulsating veil, then back towards my cabin, towards the tiny, glowing seedling nestled in the snow. My role had just become infinitely more complex, more dangerous. I wasn't just a gatekeeper, I was a conductor, an unwitting facilitator of an ongoing exchange between realities. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was only the beginning. The seed I had planted in the alien world, the seed I had planted in my own backyard, they were two sides of the same coin, two anchors for a connection that was now irrevocably established. The story was far from over. It had just moved from distant quest to immediate, localized reality, and I was at its trembling, fragile heart. I had to understand this connection, to protect it, to control it, before it spiraled beyond my comprehension, beyond my capacity to contain. The fate of two worlds, subtly intertwined, now rested on my shoulders. I was no longer a random hiker. I was the bridge, and the bridge was now open. The door, once merely a concept, was now a visible, tangible presence just beyond my cabin walls. The implications of this realization were a cold dread seeping into my bones, far more terrifying than any monster I had faced on the other side. That world had been a temporary detour. This here was my home. And now my home had an open wound, a shimmering portal bleeding alien energies into its familiar landscape. I stumbled back into the cabin, my mind a cacophony of fear and desperate questions. The pearlescent stone in my hand, now strangely warm, pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to echo my racing heartbeat. It wasn't inert anymore. It was responding, a living conduit to the impossible reality that now threatened my very existence. I looked out the window, at the shimmering distortion in the woods, at the glowing seedling nestled in its protective enclosure, casting its otherworldly blue light on the pristine snow. The beautiful, terrifying reality of my situation was undeniable. I was not just a gatekeeper, I was a living nexus, a point of connection between two worlds. The fear of someone else stumbling upon it, the glowing seedling, the shimmering veil, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. My isolated cabin, once a haven, now felt dangerously exposed. The secret I carried was no longer just mine. It was a physical presence, visible to any who might wander too close. How could I hide something so profound, so utterly alien, in a world that wasn't ready for it? I spent the next few days in a state of heightened alert, unable to shake the feeling of being watched, of something pressing against the veil, testing its strength. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the cabin, sent shivers down my spine. The hum from the seedling, a soft, melodic thrum, and the faint blue-green glow from the portal were constant reminders of the precarious balance I had created. Sleep was impossible. I paced the cabin, drawn repeatedly to the window that overlooked the woods. The shimmering veil, though subtle, was a constant beacon. Its blue-green pulses were becoming more pronounced, like a slow, deliberate breath. The seedling, too, seemed to respond, its luminescence brightening in sync with the veil's fluctuations. It was an unspoken conversation, a silent dance of alien energies playing out in my own backyard. The pearlescent stone became my anchor. I held it constantly, feeling its warmth, its steady pulse. It seemed to lend me a fraction of its calm, a quiet strength against the rising tide of my terror. I revisited the light being's message in my mind, the projection of their world, the devastating shadow. Had I, in my attempt to nurture their life, inadvertently drawn that shadow closer? Was this faint, shimmering veil a sign of hope, or a harbinger of a new kind of invasion? I knew I couldn't hide forever. Sooner or later, someone would notice the strange blue glow in the woods or the subtle distortion in the air. A curious hunter, a lost hiker, a stray local. I needed to understand what was happening, to find a way to control it, to protect both my world and the fragile alien life I had brought into it. Inaction felt like a betrayal of the trust the light beings had placed in me, however accidental. One frigid afternoon, armed with my trusty backpack, a stronger bandage on my ankle, and the pearlescent stone clutched tightly in my hand, I set out. The snow crunched softly under my boots. The forest was still and quiet, a pristine canvas of white and bare branches. As I approached the shimmering veil, the air grew perceptibly colder, heavy with that familiar, ozone-like scent. The hum from the seedling and the subtle pulse from the stone intensified, guiding me, drawing me closer. The veil was unmistakable now, a vertical tear in the reality of the forest, shimmering faintly with a cool, ethereal blue light, mirroring the glow of the seedling. It was wider than I remembered, perhaps 10 feet across, and it seemed to ripple with an internal energy, like a curtain of water distorted by heat. I stood before it just a few feet away, my heart pounding in my chest. No growl, no red eyes, just the profound, silent presence of the gateway. I reached out a hesitant hand. The air around the veil was icy cold, colder than the winter air. As my fingers neared the shimmering surface, I felt a subtle pull, a strange distortion of space. It wasn't violent, not like my desperate plunge through it, but a gentle, almost inviting suction. I pushed my hand into the veil. It was like pushing through thick, cold gel. My hand, then my arm, disappeared into the shimmering surface. I felt nothing but an intense cold, and the subtle, disorienting sensation of my limb being stretched, distended, beyond all natural limits. I pulled my arm back out. It was whole, unharmed, but the feeling lingered, an echo of impossible physics. The veil, for now, felt stable, a passive gateway. But then, as I stood there, observing, I noticed something else. The shimmering veil wasn't just a static curtain. It was subtly fluctuating, its blue light occasionally pulsing with a faint, almost imperceptible green. And with each green pulse, a ripple of energy seemed to emanate from the veil, spreading through the surrounding trees, causing the snow on their branches to shimmer for a fleeting moment. The green, the color of the light being's seed, the color of their world, it was communicating. Or perhaps the connection I had forged, the life I had brought forth, was making it permeable, allowing the very essence of that other world to bleed through, in subtle, energetic waves. Was this the intended outcome? Was this part of their plan, for me to not only plant the seed, but to establish a more permanent, albeit subtle, bridge between worlds? The pearlescent stone in my hand, now fully awake, pulsed with a strong, pure white light, its hum a steady, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the shimmering veil. It was no longer just a guide. It was a stabilizer, a focal point for the connection. I looked from the glowing stone to the pulsating veil, then back towards my cabin, towards the tiny, glowing seedling nestled in the snow. My role had just become infinitely more complex, more dangerous. I wasn't just a gatekeeper. I was a conductor, an unwitting facilitator of an ongoing exchange between realities. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was only the beginning. The seed I had planted in the alien world, the seed I had planted in my own backyard, they were two sides of the same coin, two anchors for a connection that was now irrevocably established. The story was far from over. It had just moved from distant quest to immediate, localized reality, and I was at its trembling, fragile heart. I had to understand this connection, to protect it, to control it, before it spiraled beyond my comprehension, beyond my capacity to contain. The fate of two worlds, subtly intertwined, now rested on my shoulders. I was no longer a random hiker. I was the bridge, and the bridge was now open. My first priority was to conceal the veil. It was too visible, too impossible for anyone to casually discover. I spent the next few days in a frenzy of activity, constructing a makeshift blind around the portal. I used fallen branches, dense evergreens, and even old tarps, camouflaging it as best I could into the natural forest. It was a crude solution, far from perfect, but it offered a temporary shield against prying eyes. I knew it wouldn't fool a determined observer, but it might deter a casual passerby. The seedling, small and nestled within its protective cage, was easier to hide, though its persistent glow remained a concern. I draped a thick, dark cloth over its enclosure each night, hoping to mask its ethereal light. During this time, I became acutely aware of the subtle shifts in the veil's behavior. The blue-green pulses were still present, but I noticed a new pattern emerging. Sometimes the green would dominate, creating a lush, vibrant shimmer. Other times the blue would deepen, hinting at cold, vast distances. It was as if the veil itself was breathing, reflecting the fluctuating energies of the worlds it connected. The pearlescent stone hummed in my pocket, sometimes softly, sometimes with an almost frantic vibration, mirroring the veil's activity. I began to experiment cautiously. I wanted to understand the veil's properties without risking full passage. I tied a long string to a small, smooth rock from my backyard and pushed it through the veil. It disappeared into the shimmering surface with that characteristic cold distortion. I waited, heart pounding, for a few agonizing minutes. Then I pulled the string back. The rock reappeared, but it was subtly changed. Its surface was now etched with faint, almost imperceptible lines, patterns that resembled the delicate filigree I had seen on the giant fungal stalks in the mist forest. They glowed faintly for a moment before fading. I repeated the experiment with other objects: a leaf, a twig, a small piece of metal. Each time the object returned subtly altered, imbued with a faint, transient energy, a ghostly echo of the other world. The leaf was infused with a rich, almost glowing green. The twig developed a texture like bark from the alien trees. The metal took on a strange, almost organic sheen. It was as if the veil was a filter, imprinting pieces of the other dimension onto objects that passed through it. This wasn't just a portal, it was a transformer, an interface that subtly blended realities. The implications were staggering. If inanimate objects could be changed, what about living things? What about the seedling? And what about me, who had passed through twice? My own body felt different. My senses were still heightened, colors more vibrant, sounds sharper. The memory of the alien world was not just a memory, it was a part of me, a persistent resonance in my mind. I wondered if the distortion, the stretching I had felt, had left an indelible mark on my very being. The seedling, meanwhile, continued its slow, deliberate growth. It now stood nearly a foot tall, its shimmering blue leaves unfurling in delicate spirals. The hum it emitted was more pronounced, a gentle, sustained melody that permeated my cabin, almost blending with the familiar sounds of the woods. It was a strange, beautiful lullaby, a constant reminder of the alien life taking root. I still covered it at night, but even through the thick cloth, I could sometimes perceive its soft, internal glow. It seemed to pulse in a rhythmic communion with the distant veil, a silent conversation across the snowy landscape. One morning, I noticed something new about the seedling. Tiny, delicate tendrils, almost invisible, were beginning to sprout from its base, reaching outwards into the surrounding soil. They were not roots in the conventional sense, but seemed more like luminous filaments, subtly glowing, seeking to connect, to anchor themselves further into my world. It was a slow, deliberate colonization, a gentle spread of alien life. The pearlescent stone, clutched in my hand, vibrated with a renewed intensity. It was pointing towards the seedling, and then slowly towards the veil, as if connecting the two, confirming their intrinsic link. The stone was now more than a compass. It was a sensor, a divining rod for the energetic flows between dimensions. My fear began to recede, replaced by a profound sense of wonder and a growing, fierce protectiveness. This wasn't just a danger, it was a miracle, a new beginning unfolding right here in the heart of my world. I had to ensure its survival, but also its containment. What if these glowing tendrils spread too far? What if the veil opened wider? My understanding of the light being's desperation deepened. They weren't just seeking refuge, they were seeking a new home, a way to propagate their very essence, and I unknowingly was helping them. I started drawing maps, meticulously plotting the seedling's tendril growth, the veil's fluctuations, and the subtle energy readings from the pearlescent stone. My study became a war room, filled with charts, notes, and frantic calculations. I researched everything I could about interdimensional theories, quantum physics, anything that might offer a glimmer of explanation for what I was witnessing. Most of it was abstract, theoretical, and utterly insufficient to explain a glowing plant from another dimension or a shimmering gateway in my backyard. One afternoon, as I was charting the subtle energy bleed from the veil, a thought struck me, chilling me to the core. The destroyer's seed. The large, dark, jagged seed I had seen pulsing with malevolent red light in the cavern of husks. What if that had also been an attempt to bridge worlds? What if the shadow, the light beings feared, wasn't just a destructive force, but another intelligent species seeking its own expansion? The red light, the guttural thrum, the predatory alpha creature guarding the portal on the other side. They were all connected. My actions, planting the light being's seed, might not just be fostering a new life. They might be triggering a larger cosmic conflict, a silent war unfolding through the fragile boundary of my world. The pearlescent stone throbbed in my hand, its pure white light momentarily dimming, as if in response to my dark thoughts. Was it a warning, a confirmation? I needed to know more about the other side, more than just the brief glimpses I had caught. I needed to understand the forces at play, to ensure I wasn't just opening a door for one entity, only to invite another, more dangerous one. The idea of returning to the alien world was terrifying. The alpha predator, the cavern of husks, the serpentine creature, the dangers were immense, but the thought of simply waiting, of letting events unfold without my understanding, was even more horrifying. I was inextricably linked now. I had to be an active participant, not a passive bystander. I spent weeks preparing. My ankle had healed almost completely, but I began a rigorous physical training regimen, pushing my body to its limits, knowing that endurance and speed might be my only defense. I meticulously packed my backpack, more water, concentrated food, first aid supplies, a stronger knife, a high-powered flashlight, though I knew electricity worked differently over there, and most importantly, the pearlescent stone, now permanently affixed to a lanyard around my neck. It was a lifeline, a compass, and a shield. I also made a crucial decision about the seedling. I reinforced its enclosure. building a more robust structure from thicker lumber and heavy-gauge wire mesh. I knew I couldn't completely obscure its glow, but I could make it appear as a scientific experiment, an unusual garden art piece, anything but an alien plant to a casual observer. It was a fragile deception, but it was all I had. I also took a small, careful clipping from one of its glowing leaves, placing it in a sealed, transparent container, a specimen to bring back, perhaps for analysis, perhaps as a backup, a living sample to study without needing to risk entering the veil. The winter wore on, but the glow from the seedling and the veil remained constant, defying the cold. The tendrils of the seedling had spread further, reaching out several feet, forming a faint, luminous network beneath the snow. The hum was richer, more complex, almost a chord of alien music. Finally, the day came for my return journey. The air was crisp and cold, a thin layer of fresh snow covering the ground. I stood before the shimmering veil, the pearlescent stone warm against my chest, its light steady and unwavering. There was no growl, no menacing presence, just the gentle, inviting pull of the boundary. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This wasn't a panicked escape like last time. This was a deliberate, calculated mission. I was no longer just a lost hiker. I was an emissary, a scout. I stepped through the veil. The world exploded in a familiar kaleidoscope of sensations. The intense, cold pressure, the disorienting stretch, the sudden rush of impossible non-space. But this time I was prepared. I held onto the feeling, allowing myself to be pulled through, focusing on the pearlescent stone. And then, with a jarring lurch, I was through. I landed softly, not tumbling, but gently settling onto a spongy, moss-covered ground. The air was warm, humid, heavy with the earthy, metallic scent of the alien forest. The muted, diffused light filtered through the canopy, painting the world in shades of green, blue, and purple. The silence, deep and pervasive, immediately enveloped me. I stood for a moment, letting my senses reorient. The pearlescent stone glowed brightly, its projected line immediately snapping to life, pointing towards a faint shimmering in the distance, the portal I had just come through. It was subtle, almost invisible, just as it had been when I first arrived. The veil in this world looked like any other part of the forest. The only difference was that I knew it was there. The forest around me was vibrant, healthy. Towering trees, their bark woven with intricate patterns, reached towards the unseen sky. The glowing fungi pulsed with soft, rhythmic lights. The air felt clean, untainted by the cloying sweetness of the husk cavern. I seemed to have re-emerged into a relatively safe part of the world, near the path I had initially taken. My first objective was to find the light being's seed, the one I had planted. I consulted the pearlescent stone. Its projected line, after briefly marking my point of entry, now split. One line, faint but clear, pointed back towards the portal. The other, stronger and brighter, pointed deeper into the forest, in the direction of the glowing pool. This was my destination. I began to walk slowly, deliberately, my senses heightened. Every shadow a potential threat, every sound a possible warning. The injured ankle, now fully healed, felt strong beneath me. The pearlescent stone glowed steadily, a comforting beacon in the alien landscape. As I moved deeper, the flora became more intense. The glowing fungi grew in denser clusters, their light illuminating vast stretches of the forest floor. The air grew perceptibly warmer, and the faint, musical hum of the crystal spire began to echo through the silence. I was approaching the nexus. The path eventually opened onto the familiar clearing, dominated by the swirling, shimmering pool. Its surface pulsed with an inner light, reflecting the towering crystal spire that pierced the canopy above. The energy in the air was palpable, almost buzzing, and there, near the edge of the pool where I had planted it. It was enormous. Not a sprout, not a sapling, but a colossal structure, easily 20 feet tall, its form reminiscent of the giant tree tunnels, but more delicate, more ethereal. Its bark, if it could be called that, shimmered with an internal, pulsating green light, a vivid, vibrant hue that rivaled the pool itself. Its branches or limbs spiraled upwards, adorned with luminous, leaf-like structures that gently swayed in the unseen currents of air. It was breathtaking. It was a beacon of life, thriving in this alien world. The hum emanating from it was deep, resonant, a harmonious counterpoint to the crystal spire's song. It was a new tree, a new species, born from my world's seed, nurtured by this world's energy. It was beautiful, magnificent, a testament to the light being's hope and my accidental intervention. As I approached the glowing tree, a new sensation washed over me. Not just the familiar peace of the light being's presence, but a distinct awareness, as if the tree itself was a consciousness, reaching out, acknowledging me. It was a subtle, non-verbal communication, a sense of profound gratitude and a quiet power. My hand instinctively went to the pearlescent stone. It pulsed wildly, its white light flaring, almost merging with the green glow of the tree. The connection was undeniable, potent. This tree, this life from my world, was now a powerful anchor in this world, a growing nexus of energy that stabilized the delicate balance between the dimensions. It explained why the veil had opened on my property. This tree, mirroring its counterpart in my backyard, was actively maintaining the connection. I spent a long time simply observing the tree, marveling at its growth. Its branches seemed to reach out, almost embracing the surrounding flora, sharing its vibrant energy. The area around it felt even more alive, more peaceful than before. But I couldn't stay here, basking in its beauty. My mission was to understand the shadow, the destroyer. I needed to seek out the cavern of husks, to find any clues about the malevolent red seed, and to determine if it posed a direct threat to this new, burgeoning life. I consulted the pearlescent stone again. Its line, which had been fixed on the new tree, now wavered slightly. Then, with a decisive shift, it pointed away from the pool, deeper into the forest, towards the direction of the decaying, unhealthy region. It was a grim destination, but a necessary one. I began my trek, leaving the peaceful sanctuary of the glowing tree behind. The journey was arduous. The forest grew denser, the air heavier as I approached the corrupted zone. The vibrant greens and blues of the healthy forest began to recede, replaced by muted purples and sickly yellows. The sweet, cloying scent of decay grew stronger, pressing in on me. I approached the husk cavern with extreme caution. The trees were still gnarled and oozing, the ground still spongy beneath my feet. The silent, suffocating stillness was present, thick with the scent of stagnant air and corruption. My heart pounded, remembering the red eyes of the alpha predator, the thrumming seed. The pearlescent stone, usually a comforting presence, now vibrated with a low, insistent tremor, its light flickering, battling against the encroaching darkness. It was a warning, a shield, but also a beacon. I found the narrow crack in the earth, the entrance to the cavern where I had squeezed through last time. It was still there, a jagged tear in the corrupted earth. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to descend. The air in the cavern was colder than I remembered, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolence. The cloying sweetness was stronger, almost suffocating. The faint light from the crack above cast long, distorted shadows around me. And then I saw it. The large, obsidian-like husk, still partially buried in the squelching ground, its multiple limbs curled around the jagged, dark seed. But it was different. The red light was gone. The seed was still there, dark and jagged, but it was inert, its malevolent hum completely silenced. The husks embedded in the cavern walls, which had pulsed with angry red light, were now dark, brittle, truly dormant, no longer stirring with latent energy. A wave of profound confusion, mixed with a cautious relief, washed over me. What had happened? Had my passage, or the planting of the light being's seed, somehow neutralized it? I approached the dormant destroyer's seed, my senses on high alert, the pearlescent stone held before me. No thrum, no cold, just the oppressive stillness, the lingering scent of decay. It was utterly dead, or at least in a deep, impenetrable dormancy. As I stood before it, examining the inert seed, I noticed something else. Something small, almost hidden among its jagged contours. A single, delicate crack, barely visible, ran across its obsidian-like surface. And from that crack, a faint, almost imperceptible plume of something like dust or ash seemed to rise, dissolving into the air. It was dissipating. Slowly, subtly, but undeniably, the destroyer's seed was crumbling, disintegrating from within. My mind raced, connecting the dots. The growth of the light being's tree, its powerful energy, the opening of the veil, the subtle bleeding of alien energies into my world, it was all linked. The light being's hope, their new life, was not just building a bridge. It was actively pushing back against the shadow, neutralizing its threat, perhaps even dissolving its very essence. The pure, vibrant energy of the burgeoning alien tree was effectively poisoning the destroyer's seed, rendering it inert, breaking its hold. The pearlescent stone, which had been flickering frantically in the corrupted zone, now settled into a steady, bright glow. Its hum was clear, resonant, almost celebratory. It confirmed my theory. The balance was shifting. The light beings were not just surviving, they were reclaiming, revitalizing, subtly altering the very fabric of this interconnected reality. I had done it. My accidental journey, my impulsive act of planting a seed, had initiated a profound shift, a cosmic realignment. The destroyer's seed, the threat to the light beings, was being neutralized, not through conflict, but through the overwhelming power of pure, vibrant life. The alpha predator, the thought hit me with renewed clarity. If the seed was neutralized, then its guardian, the creature of malevolent red eyes, might also be diminished or gone. It was a tenuous hope, but a strong one. I decided to make my way back to the portal, but not without one last stop, the shimmering pool. I wanted to see it again, to feel the calm, restorative energy, to confirm the renewed vitality of this world. As I navigated my way out of the corrupted cavern and back into the forest, I noticed the trees in the immediate vicinity of the crack were subtly changing. The ooze was less viscous, the sickly yellow light beginning to fade, replaced by a faint, healthy green. The purple fungi were slowly transitioning back to vibrant blues. The oppressive stillness was lifting, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirring the leaves. The healing had begun. The decay was receding. I made my way back to the shimmering pool. The giant, glowing green tree was even more magnificent, its light pulsating with a powerful, joyous rhythm. The hum was a beautiful symphony now, a chorus of new life. I felt a profound sense of peace wash over me, a feeling of deep connection to this alien world, to the light beings, to the miracle I had helped create. As I stood by the pool, the pearlescent stone held gently in my hand, I felt a subtle shift in the air, a movement of energy. It was the familiar, gentle presence of the light beings. Not a projection this time, not a distant message, but a close, intimate acknowledgement. I didn't see them, but I felt their gratitude, their quiet strength, their renewed hope. They were here, present, their world reawakening around their new tree. My mission, the one I hadn't even known I was on, felt truly complete. I had faced the shadow, understood its nature, and inadvertently helped to neutralize it. The way back was clear. The bridge was open. But my departure was not without one final act. I reached into my backpack and pulled out the small, sealed container with the clipping from the alien seedling in my own backyard. I looked from the new, colossal tree before me to the small clipping, then back to the shimmering pool. This clipping was a piece of my world, infused with their energy, grown from their original seed, then planted in my world. It was a truly blended essence. I carefully opened the container, exposing the glowing leaf to the alien air. Its soft blue light from my seedling seemed to pulse in recognition. Then, with a feeling of deep reverence, I placed the clipping into the rich, damp soil at the base of the enormous green tree. It was a reciprocal act, a completing of the circle. A piece of my seedling, a descendant of their original life force, now returned to this world, to be nurtured by the powerful energies of the new tree. It was a gesture of permanent connection, a promise that the bridge between our worlds was not just for travel, but for exchange for a shared future. As soon as the clipping touched the soil, a faint, almost imperceptible tendril of green light, radiating from the colossal tree, reached out and gently enveloped the small blue leaf. The leaf itself seemed to brighten, its blue melding with the vibrant green, creating a shimmering azure. It was accepted, integrated. The cycle was complete. The pearlescent stone, my constant companion, pulsed with a pure, brilliant light, its hum a deep, satisfying resonance. It felt like an ending, a resolution. But I knew, profoundly, that it was also just another beginning. My journey back through the forest was less fraught with fear. The corrupted zone was still present, but the air felt lighter, the decay less oppressive. The pearlescent stone pulsed steadily, guiding me, its white light a confident beacon. When I reached the point of entry, the subtle shimmer that marked the portal, I paused. I felt no fear, no urgency, just a quiet awareness of the transition. I stepped through, prepared for the disorientation, but also for the familiar embrace of my own world. The autumn leaves, now covered in a fresh layer of snow, crunched under my boots. The familiar sounds of my forest, muffled by the winter quiet, returned to my ears. I was back, and the veil, my carefully constructed blind, was just ahead. I approached it cautiously, drawing aside the makeshift camouflage. The shimmering veil was still there, glowing with the familiar blue-green pulses. But now it felt calmer, more stable. The energy radiating from it was no longer heavy with uncertainty, but imbued with a peaceful, sustained hum. It felt like a doorway, not a wound. I made my way to the seedling. It was thriving in the snow, its blue light a beacon, its tendrils now more extended, stronger, spreading an ethereal luminescence beneath the winter white. The hum it emitted was deeper, clearer, a harmonious echo of the massive tree on the other side. I felt the connection, stronger than ever. The two seeds, one from here planted there, one from there planted here, were now mature anchors, maintaining the bridge, stabilizing the portal. My world and theirs were intrinsically linked, a shared reality subtly bleeding into one another. My role as gatekeeper had transformed. I was no longer guarding a secret, I was tending a connection. The fate of two worlds, subtly intertwined, was no longer just a burden. It was a profound privilege, a living responsibility. The immediate danger of the destroyer's seed seemed to have passed, for now. The alpha predator, too, was likely neutralized by the shift in balance. But I knew that peace was often a fragile thing. What unforeseen consequences might arise from this interdimensional link? What new challenges would emerge as the two realities continued to blend, to influence one another? The possibilities were endless, both wondrous and terrifying. I sat by the glowing seedling, the pearlescent stone in my hand, watching the snow fall gently around it. The blue light, the gentle hum, the subtle shimmer of the veil in the distance, it was all here in my world. My life was irrevocably changed. My understanding of the universe expanded beyond measure. I was ready for whatever came next. This was my new normal, and I knew with absolute certainty that this story, this grand cosmic experiment, was far from over. I was merely waiting for the next chapter to unfold. My home was now a junction point, a place where realities met, and I, the ordinary hiker, was its keeper, its bridge, its unwavering guardian. My home was now a junction point, a place where realities met, and I, the ordinary hiker, was its keeper, its bridge, its unwavering guardian. The immediate rush of adrenaline and the profound sense of accomplishment from my last journey slowly faded, replaced by the deep, quiet rhythm of my new life. The snow continued to fall for days, blanketing the Appalachian forest in a serene white, but beneath its pristine surface, a new, impossible reality pulsed with ethereal light. I settled into a routine dictated by the demands of two worlds. Each morning, before the sun had fully risen, I would visit the glowing seedling. It continued to thrive, an iridescent blue beacon against the stark white of winter. Its tendrils, now thicker and more numerous, spread outwards like a luminous root system, threading through the cold earth, beneath the snow, drawing sustenance from both my world and the subtle energies that bled through the veil. The hum it emitted had grown into a rich, complex chord, a constant, low-frequency melody that resonated through the very bones of my cabin, a comforting presence that banished silence. The veil itself, shrouded by my hastily constructed blind, also became a part of this daily ritual. Its blue-green pulses were now steady, almost gentle, a rhythmic breathing between dimensions. The air around it remained cold, ozone-scented, but the feeling of latent threat had dissipated. It was a doorway, calm and waiting, no longer volatile. The pearlescent stone, still warm against my chest on its lanyard, was my constant companion and most reliable tool. It pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the seedling's hum and the veil's breathing, acting as a living barometer for the interdimensional connection. Its light remained pure white, strong and unwavering, a testament to the new balance. My days were a meticulous dance of observation and documentation. My study, once filled with hiking maps and nature guides, was now a nexus of scientific curiosity and interdimensional charting. I filled notebooks with observations, the exact shade of the seedling's glow at different times of day, the precise rhythm of the veil's pulses, the subtle shifts in the air currents around the portal. I mapped the growth of the seedling's tendrils, now spanning several yards from the central stalk, creating an intricate network of glowing pathways beneath the snow. I continued my cautious experiments with the veil. I fashioned a small, remote-controlled drone, a toy model I'd bought years ago, and equipped it with a tiny camera. After countless adjustments and much trepidation, I sent it through. It vanished with a ripple of shimmering light and that familiar cold distortion. On the other side, the feed was static for a moment, then burst into life. The muted, humid colors of the alien forest, the towering fungi, the strange, echoing silence. I maneuvered it for a few tense minutes, getting a clearer view of the portal from the other side, a faint, almost invisible shimmer, just as the pearlescent stone had shown me. I brought it back, unharmed, though its plastic casing now bore faint, glowing green patterns like tiny alien runes. The camera, too, was subtly enhanced, its picture quality clearer, its color perception more vibrant. This confirmed my earlier theory. The veil was an active transformer. Objects passing through were imbued with alien energy, imprinted with the essence of the other world. This realization was both exciting and terrifying. What might I be slowly transforming into? The longer I stayed, the more I felt its effects. My senses were undeniably sharper. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more distinct, even in the mundane routines of my cabin. I could almost feel the subtle energy fields of the forest around me, the flow of life, the deep, resonant hum of the earth. It was as if my own internal frequency was slowly aligning with the interdimensional one. But this profound shift came with a growing sense of isolation. Sarah's calls, once a source of guilt, now felt like intrusions from a distant, irrelevant past. How could I explain any of this? How could I maintain a normal relationship when my reality had expanded beyond human comprehension? I continued to deflect, to make excuses, feeling a pang of sorrow for the lie I was living, but knowing there was no other choice. This secret was mine alone. As winter began its slow retreat, the landscape around the cabin began to stir. The snow receded, revealing the dark earth, and with it, the undeniable spread of the seedlings' glowing tendrils. They were not just beneath the soil anymore. Some had broken through, shimmering filaments that looked like delicate, luminous spiderwebs spun across the forest floor. They pulsed with a gentle blue light, sometimes flaring with a hint of green, creating an ethereal carpet that spread further each day. The local wildlife was the first to react. Deer, typically wary, would sometimes pause, their heads tilted, watching the glowing tendrils with an uncharacteristic curiosity. Small nocturnal creatures, mice and voles, seemed drawn to the light, scuttling among the luminous filaments. What effect was this alien energy having on them? Was it harmless, beneficial, or was it slowly, subtly altering them? I observed with a mix of wonder and apprehension. My camouflage around the veil and the simple cloth over the seedling's enclosure were becoming increasingly inadequate. The subtle blue glow was now visible from a greater distance, especially at night. The pearlescent tendrils, weaving through the undergrowth, were impossible to fully hide. Then came the first true external challenge. One afternoon, while I was documenting the latest tendril growth, I heard it, the distant rumble of an ATV. Hunters were not uncommon in the area, even off-season, but it sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I quickly draped the heaviest tarps I had over the seedling's enclosure, trying to extinguish its light. I rushed towards the veil, pulling the branches and evergreens of my makeshift blind tighter. The ATV sounds grew closer. I hid behind a thick oak, my heart hammering against my ribs, the pearlescent stone a hot coal in my hand. The ATV roared past the edge of my property line, much closer than I liked, then faded into the distance. I held my breath, waiting. A few minutes later, I heard it again, closer this time, approaching on foot. A man emerged from the trees, dressed in camouflage, carrying a rifle. He wasn't on my immediate property, but he was scouting the general area, moving slowly, deliberately. He stopped, perhaps 50 yards from the veiled portal, his head cocked, listening. I froze, barely daring to breathe. My eyes darted between him, the barely visible shimmer of the portal, and the faintly glowing tendrils peeking from beneath my tarps. He stayed for what felt like an eternity, surveying the woods. Then his gaze drifted in the direction of my cabin. For a moment, I thought he saw the subtle distortion, the barely contained light. But then he shook his head, muttered something to himself, and moved on, disappearing back into the trees. The relief was immense, but it was also a stark warning. My days of undisturbed isolation were numbered. I couldn't rely on luck or flimsy camouflage forever. The sheer impossibility of my situation was about to collide with the very real, very mundane world of human beings. I knew I needed to take drastic action. The seedling and the veil had to be better protected, more thoroughly concealed. I began to construct a much larger, more permanent enclosure around the seedling, a small shed-like structure built with heavy lumber, insulated and light-proofed. It was an enormous undertaking, requiring weeks of strenuous work, hauling wood and supplies on foot, careful not to leave too obvious a trail. I rationalized it as an elaborate tool shed if anyone ever asked, but its true purpose was far grander, a sanctuary for alien life. Simultaneously, I worked on the veil. I couldn't build a structure around it without risking interference with its delicate energies, but I could make its surroundings impenetrable. I started to dig a deep, wide trench around the portal, planning to fill it with rocks and thorns, creating a natural deterrent. I strung barbed wire higher up, concealed among the tree branches, hoping to ward off any curious animals or people. It was a fortress slowly taking shape around the impossible. During this period of intense physical labor, my connection to the alien world deepened even further. The pearlescent stone now pulsed with a nuanced range of light and hums. It was no longer just a barometer, it felt like a direct channel. Sometimes, as I worked, I would feel a distinct impression of awareness from the other side, a sense of benign observation, almost like encouragement. The light beings were still there, still watching, still present. One evening, exhausted but satisfied with a day's progress on the seedling's new sanctuary, I sat on my porch watching the stars. The cabin was warm, the hum of the seedling a gentle thrum within its new insulated walls. The pearlescent stone resting in my hand began to pulse with a new complex rhythm. Its light flared, then softened, shifting through faint shades of green and blue, colors I hadn't seen before. Then a new sensation, a whisper not in my ears but directly in my mind. It wasn't a language, not words, but a cascade of images, emotions, and concepts, woven together with the familiar hum of the light beings. Gratitude, connection, vigilance. Then an image, a vast, intricate web of light spanning unimaginable distances, and within that web, subtle distortions, dark threads snaking through the luminous strands. It was the network of life, the cosmic web of connected worlds, and the shadow that still threatened it. Another image, a vision of the enormous green tree on the alien world growing taller, its roots spreading, its light pushing back against encroaching darkness. And then a mirrored image, my own blue seedling growing, its tendrils strengthening, its light an anchor in my world. Balance, bridge, protector. The message was clear, more direct and profound than any previous communication. The light beings were not just grateful for my help, they were actively communicating with me, guiding me, and trusting me with a greater responsibility. The bridge wasn't just physical, it was also a mental and energetic link. I was not just a guardian of the portal, but a sentinel in the cosmic web. The final image was the most striking, a vision of a single, vibrant green sprout pushing through dark earth, not on the alien world, but here, in my world, near the base of my blue seedling. It was the clipping I had taken, the blend of our worlds, now growing. It was proof of the reciprocal exchange, the shared future. Overwhelmed, I sat there for a long time, processing the profound implications. The light beings were actively guiding me, their consciousness now linked to mine through the pearlescent stone and the established bridge. My solitary quest had become a shared mission. The next morning, driven by this new understanding, I went straight to the seedling's enclosure. I opened the newly built door, revealing its soft blue glow. And there, near its base, just as the vision had shown me, was a tiny, vibrant green sprout, barely an inch tall, pushing through the soil. It was the clipping I had planted on the other side, now returned, not in its original form, but as a seed that had germinated in my world, nurtured by the energies of my blue seedling. It pulsed with a softer, more subtle light, a living testament to the blended realities. A tear welled in my eye, not of fear, but of profound wonder and responsibility. This wasn't just a connection anymore. It was an interdimensional garden, growing and thriving under my care. As weeks turned into months, the green sprout grew alongside the blue seedling. It was slower, more delicate, its leaves a vibrant, deep green, lacking the intense internal luminescence of the blue, but shimmering with an ethereal quality, reflecting light rather than emitting it. It was a child of both worlds, a new hybrid life. My fortified enclosures grew more robust. The tool shed for the blue seedling and its green companion was complete, a secure, light-proof structure that blended surprisingly well into the forest. The trench around the vale was deep, filled with jagged rocks and thorny bushes, a formidable barrier. I felt a renewed sense of confidence, a quiet resolve. I was doing everything I could to protect this burgeoning reality. But the world outside continued to press in. Sarah's calls had grown less frequent, replaced by increasingly worried texts. I knew I couldn't ghost her forever. She was a connection to my old life, a life I was quickly outgrowing, but one that still held a fragile thread to my humanity. Then one warm spring afternoon, she showed up, unannounced. I was working near the vale, reinforcing the barbed wire, when I heard her car on the gravel road leading to my cabin. Panic flared, sharp and instantaneous. I cursed under my breath, abandoning my tools, scrambling to cover any exposed glowing tendrils with loose earth and leaves. I rushed to the cabin, heart pounding, trying to compose myself. She was standing on my porch, a concerned frown on her face, a small overnight bag clutched in her hand. Her eyes immediately took in my disheveled appearance, the mud on my clothes, the haunted look I knew I carried. "John, are you okay? I've been so worried. You haven't returned my calls, your excuses were so vague. I thought something terrible had happened." Her voice was soft, laced with genuine concern. I tried to force a smile, a normal expression, but it felt stiff, unnatural. "Sarah, hi. I'm fine, really. Just been busy with some projects around the cabin. Renovations, it's been a lot." She stepped closer, her hand reaching out to touch my arm. "Renovations. John, your cabin looks the same, and you look like you haven't slept in weeks. What's going on?" Her eyes narrowed, searching mine. "And what's with all the construction out back? I saw some strange fencing on the way up." My stomach clenched. She had noticed. She hadn't seen the veil or the glowing tendrils I hoped, but she was astute. She knew me too well. "Just trying to make the place more secure," I stammered, my mind racing, desperately searching for a believable lie. "Animal proofing, that kind of thing. Bears have been active." She looked skeptical. "Bears? You're building a perimeter fence for bears." She glanced towards the woods, a faint frown line between her eyebrows. "And what's that hum? I can hear it even from here." My blood ran cold. The seedling's hum, usually a comforting presence, was now a deafening accusation. Even through the insulated walls of its new sanctuary, Its deep, resonant melody was subtly permeating the cabin, a low-frequency vibration that was hard to pinpoint but impossible to ignore. Hum, what hum? I tried to sound casual, but my voice cracked slightly. Must be the wind, or maybe some new power lines. It was a pathetic lie. There were no new power lines. Sarah studied me for a long moment, her gaze unwavering. Then she stepped past me into the cabin, setting her bag down. You know, John, you're a terrible liar. Something is very wrong. I'm not leaving until you tell me. Her presence in my cabin, in my sanctuary, felt like an unbearable weight. Her familiar scent, her normal concerns, her piercing human gaze, it all highlighted the chasm that had opened between my world and hers. How could I explain? How could I possibly convey the reality of glowing plants, shimmering portals, and cosmic messages to someone who saw my construction as mere paranoia? I felt a surge of panic, bordering on terror. What if she decided to help me investigate the hum or my strange fences? What if she stumbled upon the veil or somehow penetrated the seedling's enclosure? The consequences could be catastrophic, not just for me, but for everything I was now protecting. Sarah, please, I said, my voice low and urgent. You have to trust me. There are things I can't explain right now, things that are dangerous. She crossed her arms, a look of hurt mixed with frustration on her face. Dangerous. John, what are you involved in? You look like you're losing your mind. Is this some kind of cult, some crazy wilderness experiment? The words stung, but I couldn't blame her. From her perspective, I was clearly unraveling. I paced, my hands running through my hair, my mind frantically searching for a solution. I couldn't tell her. Not yet, maybe never. Look, I said, stopping abruptly, facing her. I know this sounds crazy, but I need you to leave, now, for your own safety. Her eyes widened, a flicker of genuine fear mixing with her anger. My safety, you're actually threatening me. No, not threatening you, I insisted, my voice softer, more desperate. Protecting you. There are things here, Sarah, that you cannot be exposed to. I've changed. This place has changed. I gestured vaguely towards the window, towards the woods where the veil shimmered, where the alien life pulsed. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. Then slowly she picked up her bag. Fine, John, if that's how it is, but I'm not giving up on you. You're my friend, and I'm going to find out what's going on. Her voice was quiet, but held a steel I hadn't heard before. She walked to the door, paused, and then left, the sound of her car retreating down the gravel road, leaving an aching silence in its wake. I sank onto the couch, head in my hands, a wave of profound sadness washing over me. I had driven away the last link to my old life, my last connection to normalcy. But the choice had been made for me. My new reality demanded it. Her visit, however, served as a powerful catalyst. I realized I couldn't just protect the bridge. I had to understand it more deeply. The light being's message, the cosmic web, the balancing act, it all pointed to a greater purpose, a dynamic interaction rather than just passive guardianship. I renewed my efforts, this time with a specific goal, to understand the flow of energy through the veil. I designed a series of more sophisticated experiments. I created a custom sensor array using repurposed electronics, carefully calibrated to detect subtle energetic frequencies that the pearlescent stone had hinted at. I positioned these sensors strategically around the veil, within the seedling's enclosure, and even in various parts of my cabin. The data I collected was astonishing. The veil wasn't just a conduit, it was a complex energetic exchange point. Waves of what I could only describe as exotic matter or quantum particles flowed continuously through it, sometimes favoring my world, sometimes theirs. the blue seedling acted as a receiver and emitter, drawing in these energies, processing them, and then radiating them outwards in a harmonious field. The green sprout, the hybrid, seemed to mediate this exchange, subtly filtering and stabilizing the flow, a biological bridge between two distinct energetic signatures. And the pearlescent stone, it was the key. It acted as a translator, allowing me to perceive these flows, to feel their nuances. When I held it near the sensor array, the data became instantly clearer, almost as if the stone was illuminating the invisible. The most startling discovery came when I began to correlate the veil's fluctuations with events on the alien world. Through the drone's limited range, and later, through the subtle mental impressions from the light beings, I noticed a pattern. When the alien world experienced what I perceived as periods of growth or vitality, indicated by increased bioluminescence from their vast tree, the green pulses in my veil would become stronger, and a surge of healing, restorative energy would flow into my world. Conversely, if I felt a sense of disturbance or pressure from their side, the blue pulses in the veil would intensify, and my sensors would pick up a subtle drain of energy from my world, as if they were drawing on it. We were truly interconnected, our worlds feeding and balancing each other. The destroyer's seed might have been neutralized, but the broader cosmic struggle was far from over. The shadow, the dark threads in the light being's vision, still existed, and my world, through the bridge, was now an active participant in maintaining the balance. I realized I was no longer merely observing, I was influencing. My actions, even my thoughts, resonated through the connection. This was a tremendous, terrifying responsibility. Spring blossomed around me, oblivious to the interdimensional drama. The forest exploded in vibrant greens, birdsong filled the air, and the scent of fresh earth replaced the cold ozone. The seedlings' blue tendrils, now freed from the snow, glowed brilliantly in the dappled sunlight, a surreal sight amidst the natural beauty. The green hybrid sprout had grown to a foot tall, its leaves a velvety emerald, shimmering with an inner vitality. My cabin became a self-sustaining nexus. I grew my own food, gathered water from the spring, and found an intense focus in my work. My physical and mental endurance had soared. I felt more alive, more attuned to the world than ever before, yet simultaneously more detached from human concerns. One late spring evening, as a gentle rain fell, I was sitting by the seedling's enclosure, the pearlescent stone in my hand, observing the data from my sensors. The blue seedling and the green hybrid were radiating a particularly strong, harmonious hum. The veil just beyond pulsed with a calm, steady blue-green light. Suddenly, the pearlescent stone began to vibrate with an unprecedented intensity. Its pure white light flared, almost blinding, then settled into a rapid, urgent pulse, cycling through shades of deep red and dark violet. My sensors shrieked a warning, indicating a massive, unexpected surge of exotic energy from the veil. The hum from the seedlings faltered, twisting into a discordant shriek. Their light flickered violently, struggling against an unseen force. The air around me grew heavy, stagnant, imbued with a cold, cloying sweetness that was sickeningly familiar. The destroyer. It wasn't neutralized, it was reawakening, or something else was trying to come through. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding with a primal fear I hadn't felt since my first encounter. I rushed to the window overlooking the veil. The carefully constructed blind was vibrating violently, rattling. Through a gap in the branches, I saw it. The shimmering veil was no longer blue-green. It was a swirling maelstrom of angry, pulsating red and black. It writhed, tearing at the fabric of reality, expanding rapidly, pushing outwards. My trench, my barbed wire, my carefully constructed defenses seemed insignificant against its overwhelming power. And then I heard it, a low, guttural thrum, deeper and more menacing than anything I had heard before, emanating from the raging portal. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated malevolence, resonating through my bones. From the swirling red and black, a form began to coalesce, dark, jagged, impossibly huge. It was not the alpha predator. It was something far larger, far more horrifying. A colossal, multi-limbed creature, its skin like obsidian armor, slowly, deliberately, pushed its way through the tearing veil. Its eyes, hundreds of them, glowed with an incandescent, burning red light, sweeping over my property, over my cabin, over the struggling seedlings' enclosure. Its limbs, thick and segmented, ended in razor-sharp claws, tearing at the very air as it pulled itself free of the portal. It was the destroyer itself, the true shadow, not just a seed, but a fully materialized entity, an invading force. My mind reeled. The light being's message, the cosmic web, the dark threads, this was the ultimate threat. My actions, cultivating the life seed, had indeed strengthened the bridge, but perhaps it had also provided a clearer path for the destroyer, a focal point for its malevolent will. The balance I had helped create was now being violently shattered. The pearlescent stone, still clutched in my hand, was screaming. Its light flashed wildly, battling against the overwhelming darkness emanating from the monstrous entity. It pulsed with a desperate, pure white light, but it seemed to be losing the battle. The ground shook as the creature fully emerged, its colossal weight pressing down on my forest. Trees snapped like twigs, the earth groaned. Its guttural thrum filled the air, a deafening roar of conquest. Its gaze, 1,000 burning red eyes, fixed directly on my cabin, on the direction of the struggling seedling. It knew it had found its target. I had to protect them. The blue seedling, the green hybrid, they were the hope, the future. I couldn't let them be destroyed. Adrenaline surged through me, replacing the fear with a cold, desperate resolve. I grabbed my strongest knife, the one I had carried in the alien forest, and burst out of the cabin. The scene before me was apocalyptic. The destroyer towered over the trees, its obsidian form absorbing all light, its red eyes blazing with predatory intelligence. It was slowly, ponderously, making its way towards the seedling's enclosure, tearing a path through my carefully constructed defenses. My trench, my barbed wire, my shed, they were crumbling under its advance. I ran, screaming, a futile, desperate challenge. Leave them alone. The destroyer paused, its hundreds of red eyes swiveling to fix on my insignificant form. A low, rumbling sound, a new kind of thrum, emanated from its mass, a sound that conveyed amusement, disdain, and a chilling recognition. It knew me. It recognized the gatekeeper, the one who had inadvertently cleared its paths. One of its colossal, multi-jointed limbs arced through the air, impossibly fast for its size, aiming directly for the seedling's enclosure. I reacted instinctively, powered by a force I didn't understand. The pearlescent stone on my chest flared, searing hot against my skin. A surge of pure white energy erupted from me, a wave of force that was both physical and psychic. It wasn't my strength. It was the stone, it was the light beings, it was the raw, unadulterated power of the bridge manifesting through me. The limb, just inches from crushing the enclosure, hesitated. The energy wave, invisible to the eye but palpable, struck the destroyer, causing its obsidian surface to momentarily shimmer with a faint, iridescent ripple. A piercing shriek, unlike anything I had heard before, tore from its numerous mouths, a sound of pain, of surprise. Its red eyes flared with renewed anger. I had hurt it, or at least I had stunned it. It recoiled slightly, its massive form shaking the ground. This was my chance. I turned and ran, not away, but towards the now crumbling enclosure. I had to get inside to protect the seedlings directly. I fumbled with the locks on the reinforced door, my hands trembling. The destroyer recovered, its massive form turning fully towards me, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Another limb, thicker than a redwood, began to swing. I ripped the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut just as the limb crashed down, splintering the outer wall of the enclosure, but miraculously not destroying the inner sanctuary where the seedlings glowed. I landed in a heap, gasping for breath, the hum of the seedlings now a desperate, high-pitched wail. Their blue and green lights were flickering wildly, on the verge of extinguishing. I looked at the damage. The outer wall was breached, but the inner chamber, reinforced with alien-imprinted materials I had passed through the veil, was still holding. Barely. The pearlescent stone pulsed erratically against my chest, its light dimming and flaring, fighting. Outside, the destroyer's guttural thrum intensified. I could feel its immense weight pressing against the structure, hear the sickening creak of stressed wood and metal. It was trying to force its way in, to crush the life that dared to defy it. I looked at the seedlings. The blue one, now almost 4 feet tall, was shuddering, its tendrils recoiling inwards. The green hybrid, 1.5 feet tall, was also wilting, its ethereal shimmer fading. They were dying. The pure, vibrant energy of the destroyer was too much for them. Panic clawed at me. This was it. I had failed. The bridge I had built, the life I had nurtured, was about to be obliterated. But then, as despair threatened to consume me, a new sensation. A whisper, clearer than before, directly from the pearlescent stone, from the light beings. Connect, empower, focus. Connect, empower, focus. What did that mean? I looked at the stone, then at the struggling seedlings. The stone was my link, my conduit. The seedlings were the life force. The destroyer was attacking the bridge, the very nexus. I knelt between the two glowing plants, pressing the pearlescent stone against the base of the blue seedling. Its light flared, instantly merging with the blue glow of the plant. The blue light intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The high-pitched wail softened, becoming a powerful, resonant hum. Then I reached out with my other hand and touched the vibrant green leaves of the hybrid sprout, focusing all my will, all my desperate energy, through the stone, through myself into the plants. A jolt of pure energy surged through me, a profound connection that transcended anything I had ever felt. I was no longer just John, the hiker. I was the bridge, the conduit, the living nexus. The pearlescent stone was an extension of my will, the seedlings an extension of my being. The combined hum of the blue and green plants, amplified by the stone's power and my own desperate focus, swelled into a magnificent, resonant chord. It wasn't just a sound, it was a wave of pure, living energy, pushing outwards. Outside, the destroyer let out another shriek, but this time, it sounded different. Less of anger, more of pain, of confusion. The tremendous pressure on the enclosure lessened. I looked up through the small, reinforced window of the sanctuary. The destroyer was still there, its red eyes blazing, but its massive form was recoiling, its obsidian armor rippling as if in agony. The harmonious energy field, amplified 1,000-fold, was radiating from the enclosure, from me, from the seedlings, pushing back against its malevolent presence. The veil itself, though still red and black, seemed to stabilize slightly, as if the renewed power of the bridge was fighting to contain the rupture. The destroyer, shrieking, began to slowly, agonizingly retreat. It moved backwards, away from the enclosure, away from the source of this potent, life-affirming energy. Its massive limbs clawed at the air, fighting to re-enter the portal, to escape the unbearable purity. It was wounded, it was vulnerable. Now whispered the light beings through the stone, through my mind. Act. I knew what I had to do. This wasn't just about defense anymore. It was about closing the breach, about severing the connection the destroyer had exploited. I stumbled out of the damaged enclosure, leaving the humming seedlings bathed in their powerful, merged light. The pearlescent stone was still blazing, pulling me towards the portal. The destroyer was a colossal shadow, partially re-entered the portal, its jagged form still a terrifying presence, its red eyes flickering with desperate malice. The veil, still a chaotic maelstrom of red and black, struggled to contain its retreat. I ran towards the portal, powered by adrenaline and the profound strength flowing through me from the stone. The air was thick with the destroyer's decaying scent, with its malevolent energy, but I pushed through it, focusing on the shimmering tear in reality. As I neared the veil, the pearlescent stone pulsed violently, urging me on. I raised it, pointing it directly at the heart of the swirling red and black. Focus, the light beings urged. Will, close. I focused all my being, all the amplified energy flowing through me, all the hope of the light beings, and projected it through the pearlescent stone into the raging portal. A pure, blinding white beam of energy erupted from the stone, striking the red and black maelstrom. It was like pouring liquid light onto raw darkness. The two forces clashed, battling for dominance. The veil shrieked, a sound of rending reality. The destroyer, half in, half out, roared in agony, its immense form writhing. The white light from the stone, fueled by the living energies of the seedlings and the desperate will of the light beings, intensified, pushing inwards, sealing the breach. The red and black swirled faster, fighting back, but the pure white light was relentless. Slowly, agonizingly, the red began to recede, consumed by the white. The black dissipated, shredded by the intense energy. The destroyer, still partially visible, let out one last, ear-splitting shriek, a sound of utter defeat and immense pain. Its hundreds of red eyes, now dimming, narrowed in a final, hateful glance at me. Then, with a final, violent shudder that shook the very foundations of the earth, the red and black imploded. The destroyer's remaining form was consumed, pulled back into the void it came from, or perhaps utterly obliterated. Silence. The roar, the hum, the shriek, all gone. The shimmering veil still existed, but it was no longer a maelstrom. It had returned to its original state, a gentle, blue-green pulse. I stood there, gasping for air, clutching the pearlescent stone, my body trembling uncontrollably. The silence that followed the destroyer's shriek was deafening, a vast, empty canvas where the sounds of battle had raged. My ears rang, my vision swam, and the metallic tang of fear and adrenaline filled my mouth. The air, moments ago thick with malevolence, was now crisp, clean, imbued with the faint scent of ozone and something akin to fresh rain. The colossal shadow was gone. No trace remained of its obsidian horror, no lingering thrum of its hateful presence. The ground beneath my feet was scarred, trees snapped and splintered, my carefully constructed defenses around the veil utterly demolished. But the portal itself, though surrounded by devastation, pulsed with a calm, rhythmic blue-green light, as if nothing extraordinary had ever disturbed its ethereal calm. It was a doorway again, not a wound. My legs, weak and unsteady, threatened to give out. I stumbled forward, collapsing to my knees in the churned earth, mud and shattered wood digging into my skin. The pearlescent stone, still blazing with a pure white light, slid from my grasp, settling softly in the mud before me. Its light began to soften, to pulse with a gentle, reassuring rhythm, mirroring the veil's steady breath. The overwhelming surge of energy that had coursed through me, amplified by the stone and the seedlings, began to recede. My hands, which had felt like conduits of raw power, now tingled with residual energy, a phantom sensation of impossible strength. My mind, which had been a clear channel for the light being's desperate plea, was now flooded with a wave of exhaustion, both physical and mental. But amidst the fatigue, a profound sense of relief washed over me. It was over. The destroyer had been repelled, perhaps even obliterated. The threat, at least for now, had passed. My gaze drifted towards the damaged enclosure where the seedlings lay. Panic flared anew. Despite the destroyer's retreat, I had seen their lights flicker, their forms wilt. I pushed myself up, ignoring the aches and pains, and stumbled towards the sanctuary, my heart hammering against my ribs. The outer wall of the enclosure was indeed shattered, a gaping hole where the destroyer's limb had struck. Splintered wood and twisted metal lay scattered on the ground, but the inner chamber, reinforced with the alien-imprinted materials, had held. It stood resilient, albeit scarred, a testament to its strange, otherworldly strength. I rushed inside, my eyes immediately seeking the glowing plants. The blue seedling, now nearly 5 feet tall, was no longer wilting. Its tendrils, once recoiled, now stretched outwards, pulsing with a fierce, vibrant blue light. Its hum, which had twisted into a discordant wail, was now a powerful, resonant thrum, deep and clear, radiating confidence. It looked stronger, more resilient than ever before, its growth accelerated by the intense energetic exchange. And beside it, the green hybrid sprout, now almost 2 feet tall, stood proud. Its velvety emerald leaves shimmered with an ethereal quality, reflecting the blue light of its companion, but also emitting its own subtle internal glow. It no longer looked delicate or fading. Instead, it pulsed with a quiet, powerful vitality, a living bridge between the two distinct energetic signatures. Its presence felt like a calming anchor, a steady heartbeat amidst the chaos. They were not just alive, they were thriving. They had absorbed the immense influx of energy, processed it, and used it to fortify themselves, to strengthen the bridge. They were the front line in this interdimensional war, and they had won. I knelt before them, touching a glowing blue tendril, then a velvety green leaf. A wave of profound peace, mixed with immense gratitude, flowed through me from the plants, from the connection. The light beings, through their living conduits, were acknowledging my role, my desperate act of connection. The pearlescent stone, which I had retrieved from the mud, now pulsed with a soft, steady white light against my chest. Its hum was deep, resonant, a harmonious chord that echoed the combined melodies of the blue and green plants. It felt like a song of victory, of balance restored. Then a new sensation, a whisper not in my ears, but directly in my mind, imbued with a profound sense of completion and a renewed purpose. The light being's communication was clearer, more serene than ever before. Balance restored, the breach sealed, the shadow repelled. Images flashed through my mind, the cosmic web, once distorted by dark threads, now shimmering with renewed light. The enormous green tree on the alien world, now radiating a dazzling, vibrant energy, its light pushing outwards, stabilizing its own reality. And here in my world, the blue seedling and the green hybrid, now powerful anchors, their combined light a beacon, strengthening the fragile boundary between dimensions. The bridge holds, the guardian remains. The message was clear. My role was not over. It had only just begun. The universe was vast, the threats perhaps endless, but the immediate crisis had been averted. The connection was permanent. The bridge was secure, and I, the ordinary hiker, was its chosen keeper. I spent the next few days in a haze of work and reflection. The damage around the veil was extensive, but with a renewed sense of purpose, I began the arduous task of rebuilding and reinforcing my defenses. This time I didn't just rebuild, I integrated. I salvaged debris from the destroyed trees, wood that had been infused with the destroyer's lingering energy, and found it was surprisingly dense, resistant. I used it to further strengthen the outer walls of the seedling's enclosure, creating a new, tougher layer. My trench, now deeper and wider, was filled not just with rocks, but with salvaged, partially glowing fragments from the broken veil blind, remnants that seemed to pulse with a subtle, protective energy. I didn't try to hide the portal or the seedlings from the universe anymore. Instead, I focused on making their immediate environment as secure and self-sustaining as possible. My home was truly a junction point, and I embraced its reality fully. The pearlescent stone remained my constant companion, a warm, reassuring presence against my skin. It no longer flared with urgent warnings or desperate pleas. Instead, it pulsed with a steady, peaceful hum, a constant connection to the light beings, to the subtle rhythms of the cosmic web. It was a permanent extension of my senses, a gateway to understanding the profound shifts occurring around me. My connection to my old life, to Sarah, felt more distant than ever. The chasm was too wide, the experiences too profound to bridge with words. I felt a pang of sorrow, a lingering echo of a life left behind, but it was quickly overshadowed by the immense responsibility and sense of belonging I now felt. My world was here in this forest at this nexus. The blue seedling and the green hybrid continued to grow, their combined hum resonating through the strengthened enclosure, through the very earth. The blue tendrils, now reaching further, began to interlace with the green leaves of the hybrid, creating a living tapestry of interdimensional life. It was an ecosystem of two worlds, thriving under my watchful eye. As summer deepened, the forest around the Vale, once a scene of devastation, began to heal at an astonishing rate. The rich, healthy greens returned, lush and vibrant. New saplings, infused with the subtle alien energies radiating from the bridge, sprouted from the scarred earth, their leaves shimmering with a faint, iridescent sheen. The local wildlife, initially scared off by the destroyer's arrival, began to return, drawn by the revitalized energy of the area. Deer would graze peacefully near the Vale's reconstructed perimeter, their eyes reflecting the blue-green pulses with a serene curiosity. My life settled into a new, profound rhythm. Each day was a symphony of observation, maintenance, and learning. I no longer questioned my sanity or my purpose. This was my calling. I was the bridge, the guardian, the silent sentinel in the heart of the Appalachian wilderness. The immediate danger had passed, but the universe was vast, and new challenges would undoubtedly arise. The destroyer's essence, though repelled, might not be entirely gone. Other shadows might lurk in the cosmic web, But now I was ready. I was connected. I was no longer an ordinary hiker, stumbled into an impossible reality. I was an integral part of it. I often sat by the humming enclosure, the pearlescent stone warm in my hand, watching the blue-green shimmer of the veil through the reinforced peephole. The air was clean, alive, imbued with the soft hum of two worlds breathing in unison. The blue and green lights of the seedlings pulsed within, a beacon of hope and resilience. This was my new normal, my sanctuary, my responsibility, and I knew with absolute certainty that this grand cosmic experiment, this incredible story of connection and courage, was truly just beginning. I was merely waiting for the next chapter to unfold, ready for whatever wonders and challenges the universe might bring to my doorstep. My home was now a junction point, a place where realities met. And I, the ordinary hiker, was its keeper, its bridge, its unwavering guardian, forever entwined with the fate of two worlds.